Welcome back to another story on Peak Fanfiction. This time, we're bringing you, what if Naruto was the forgotten god of DxD who woke up after 2000 years and claimed Rias And Grayfia. Your likes fuel our creativity. Subscribe and stay tuned. Here's the story. Chapter 1, Earthrise. The ground cracked first. Not dramatically, no great fissure splitting the earth, no theatrical rumbling that sent birds screaming from their perches. Just a single hairline fracture running through the concrete of a Kuoh Town back alley, thin as a paper cut, at 11:47 on a Tuesday night. A cat sitting on a nearby dumpster looked at it, decided it wasn't food, and went back to sleep. Then the pressure came. It moved through the ground like a slow exhale, something vast drawing breath for the first time in a very long while. The concrete buckled upward in a small dome, no wider than a manhole cover, and then settled. The streetlight at the alley's mouth flickered once, twice, held. A few meters away, a vending machine spontaneously dispensed 3 cans of orange soda that nobody had paid for. The cat jumped off the dumpster and did not come back. 2 minutes passed. The alley sat quiet. Then a hand came through the concrete like it was wet sand, fingers spread wide, and Naruto pulled himself out of the ground. He sat on the buckled concrete for a long moment, knees bent, elbows on knees, and just breathed. The night air hit him first, exhaust fumes, someone's leftover convenience store ramen 3 buildings over, rain that had fallen earlier in the evening and was still drying off the asphalt. He breathed all of it in and held it the way you hold something you thought you'd lost. He looked at his hands. Still the same. Calloused, broad-knuckled, a faint tracery of old seals running up his forearms like watermarks on paper, invisible unless the light caught them at exactly the right angle, and even then they looked more like shadow than ink. He stood up. He was not wearing anything appropriate for the modern era, but that was a 10-second problem. He looked down at the old wrappings, the worn cloth, the practical layering of someone who had dressed for function 2000 years ago, and then he simply wasn't wearing that anymore. What replaced it was simpler: dark trousers, a plain fitted top the color of deep rust, boots that looked old enough to have a history. He checked his reflection in a shop window across the street. Blonde hair, still messy, because some things were apparently cosmically fixed. Blue eyes that were currently glowing slightly, which was less ideal in a public setting. He blinked until they settled to something that wouldn't make civilians cross the street. The 3 whisker marks on each cheek, he considered them for a moment, decided they were non-negotiable, and moved on. He walked to the end of the alley and looked out at Kuoh Town. It was remarkable, really. 2000 years and humanity had done this, lights everywhere, a kind of organized beautiful chaos, towers and wires and the distant rumble of machines he could feel more than hear. A group of teenagers walked past the alley mouth arguing about something on a glowing rectangle one of them was holding. A car slid by, and he watched it with genuine interest, tracking the mechanics through the chassis with a passive sense he didn't have to consciously activate. He stood there for about 40 minutes, just watching. Letting the world pour in. Getting the shape of it. The supernatural infrastructure was the next thing he noticed, not because it was obvious, but because he was specifically looking. There were layers of territorial wardwork over this town, devil pattern mostly, with some interesting secondary signatures he couldn't immediately attribute. Exorcist checkpoints, dormant, at 2 of the main road intersections. A sacred gear signature somewhere to the northwest, currently in motion, currently panicking. He filed all of it for later and found a convenience store that was still open. The store clerk was 22 years old, working a night shift he hated, and was halfway through the worst energy drink available on the Japanese market when the door opened and the most unsettling customer he would ever serve walked in. Not unsettling in an obvious way. The man who walked in looked normal enough, blonde, youngish, those odd cheek marks that could have been a fashion thing. But the clerk had the distinct and unshakable sense, for the 8 minutes this customer spent in his store, that he was a very small boat and the ocean had come inside to browse the snack aisle. Naruto spent 4 of those minutes in front of the instant noodle section with an expression of profound focus. He picked up one container, read the back, put it down. Picked up another. Read it more carefully. There was something almost reverent about it, the way someone handles a text from an extinct civilization, except in reverse, the civilization having gone and gotten extremely alive while he wasn't looking. He brought 6 cups of instant ramen, 2 onigiri, a bottle of water, and one of the orange sodas to the counter. He also put down a coin. The clerk looked at it. It was very, very old and very, very gold and absolutely not legal tender in any currency system currently operating on Earth, but it was also, somehow, exactly the right amount of money, and the clerk's brain quietly decided to accept it and never think about it again. "Thanks," Naruto said. His Japanese was perfect and slightly archaic at the consonants, the way old regional dialects sometimes sound. He ate the onigiri on the sidewalk outside and considered his next move. The sacred gear signature to the northwest had stopped moving. It had also spiked, a burst of power that felt reactive, defensive, like someone young and untrained using their ability out of fear. Interesting. He finished the onigiri, pocketed the ramen cups for later, and started walking. He smelled the devils before he saw them. Not literally, their kind didn't have a scent, not exactly. It was more that the air around a devil carried a specific spiritual weight, an ambient pressure that most humans lived their whole lives not noticing because they weren't tuned to feel it. Naruto was very tuned. There were 4 of them, surrounding a boy who looked maybe 16, in a narrow street behind what appeared to be a school building. The boy was pressed against a wall, breathing hard, his right hand blazing with something that looked like red and white light tangled together. A sacred gear, activated involuntarily. The kid had no idea what he was doing with it, the power was raw and unshapen, throwing off heat like an open oven. The 4 surrounding him were doing a methodical sweep perimeter, cutting off exits. Competent enough work. Not cruel exactly, more clinical. This had the flavor of retrieval. Naruto came around the corner of the building, hands in his pockets, and stopped. All 4 devils snapped to him instantly. He gave them credit for the speed. One of them, female, auburn hair pulled back, wearing what looked like an Kuoh Academy uniform, stepped forward with her hand already raised, a shimmer of devil energy building at her fingertips. "This area is off-limits to civilians," she said. Firm, practiced. "Please turn around and," the kid seemed scared, Naruto said. He wasn't looking at her. He was looking at the boy against the wall. His hands shaking. If he loses control of that gear in a panic, he's going to level everything within 20 meters. "That's being handled," the girl said, more sharply now. The energy at her fingers brightened. "By surrounding him with 4 sources of supernatural pressure." He looked at the girl then. She had green eyes, and they were currently doing the thing eyes do when someone is reprocessing their situation at speed. "How long has he been running?" A pause. "That's not your concern. He's got 2 minutes before he burns his own arm off from the inside," Naruto said pleasantly. "So I'm going to help, and you can either work with that or not." He walked past her without waiting for an answer. The other 3 moved to intercept him, 2 boys and another girl, all of them generating the kind of devil energy that was genuinely impressive for their age, probably mid-tier servants of an established house. They put themselves between him and the boy in a practiced triangular formation, and Naruto stopped, looked at the formation, and looked at them. "I'm not a threat," he said. "You're trespassing in a secured operational zone," one of the boys said. Dark hair, serious expression, the kind of face that had decided to be professional about everything. "Identify yourself and your faction." "I'll do that later." Naruto stepped sideways around the triangle with a movement that shouldn't have worked at the speed he used it, arriving at the boys' side before any of them had completed their reactive pivot. He crouched down to the kid's eye level. The boy stared at him with wide, terrified eyes. The sacred gear on his hand was shaking visibly, the light stuttering. "Hey," Naruto said. His voice had dropped, quieter now. "What's your name?" The kid blinked. Issei. Hayadu Issei. Issei. Okay. Naruto reached out and put one hand, very lightly, against the boy's wrist, not grabbing, just resting. You feel that? Right here. Breathe into it. I don't understand I know. Breathe first, understand later. There was something in his voice, not commanding exactly. More like gravity. Issei breathed. The sacred gear stuttered again, then began to stabilize, the light pulling inward, becoming something smaller and more controlled without going out entirely. There. See? It's yours. It's not doing anything you don't let it do. Issei looked at his hand like it had just started making sense. How did you, later? Naruto straightened up. He turned to the four devils who had arranged themselves in a careful arc behind him, none of them quite certain when the situation had changed registers. He's stable. He's not a threat. You can stop the perimeter. Who are you? The auburn-haired girl asked it differently now. The professional edge was still there, but something else had slipped in under it. Wariness. Real wariness, not the defensive kind. I told you, later. He looked at her more carefully. You're not the highest-ranking one here, are you? It wasn't a question. The four of them exchanged a look, the kind that had conversation in it, and then the serious-faced boy with the dark hair spoke again. Our king is on her way. Good, Naruto said. I'll wait. He sat down on the concrete curb, pulled one of the ramen cups from wherever he'd stored it, and began the process of eating cold instant noodles with the equanimity of a man who had genuinely transcended the need for hot water. Issei sat down next to him, staring at the ramen, then at his own hand, then at Naruto. You're not a devil, he said. No. Are you a human? Naruto considered this with what appeared to be genuine thoughtfulness. Not exactly. What are you? Hungry, Naruto said. Want some? There's more in here somewhere. Issei, by some miracle of teenage appetite overriding cosmic uncertainty, said yes. Rias Gremory arrived 3 minutes later, and she arrived the way people arrive when they have been interrupted doing something important and are not happy about it, with her energy a half step ahead of her, the ambient temperature dropping a degree in her wake, her long crimson hair caught by a wind that wasn't exactly meteorological. She took in the scene. Her peerage in a careful perimeter. The boy with the sacred gear sitting on a curb. A stranger sitting next to him eating noodles. What, she said, is this? He calmed Issei down, Akino said, appearing at Rias's shoulder. Akino Himejima, the queen of Rias's peerage, black-haired and preternaturally composed, was looking at the stranger with an expression Rias recognized as her friend's version of active alarm, which on Akino's face looked mostly like polite interest with very still eyes. Single touch. 2 seconds. He did what? Rias walked forward. She stopped when she reached the perimeter her pieces had set, looked at the stranger, and then looked again with the part of her senses that dealt in supernatural assessment. What she felt hit her the way stepping off a cliff edge hits you, a half-second of blank incomprehension before the reality of scale arrived. This was not a devil. Not a fallen angel. Not anything she had a category for. The closest thing she could compare it to was the feeling of standing in a very old place, ruins, or deep forest, or the edge of a sea that had been a sea since before memory, the kind of place that reminded you that you were not the oldest thing in the world. Only this was stronger than any of those. Much stronger. The stranger looked up from his ramen. Blue eyes met hers, and there was nothing threatening in them, just interest. The kind of interest you feel when something unexpected turns out to be worth paying attention to. You're Rias Gremory, he said. House Gremory. One of the great devil clans. A pause. The red hair's famous, apparently. I've been reading the town in the last hour and your name comes up in about a third of the ward work. Rias had been addressed by kings. She had been addressed by old, powerful things that wore courtesy like armor. None of them had quite managed the particular quality of casualness this man was deploying, because none of them had done it while eating convenience store noodles on a curb. "You're going to tell me who you are," she said. Not a question. Not a demand exactly. More like she was establishing the terms of an agreement. Eventually. He set down the cup, stood up, and Rias reflexively recalibrated his height, taller than she'd registered from a distance, with a build that was deceptive in the way real physical capability always was, nothing performed about it. He held out his hand in the modern Western gesture. "You can call me Naruto." She looked at the hand. She shook it. She felt the contact register in every ward and seal layered beneath this town, a chain reaction of something old recognizing something that matched it, and she kept her face very still. "What are you?" she asked. Quietly enough that her peerage behind her couldn't hear. He smiled. And it was such a genuinely warm expression, without agenda, without the calculation she'd been trained since birth to read in powerful people. It was just a smile, like someone who found the question funny in the best possible way. "That," he said, "is a great question. Let's talk about it somewhere with better seating." They ended up in the school's occult research club room. Rias sat in her chair. Her peerage arranged themselves around the room with the kind of casual precision that was actually defensive positioning. Issei Hayadu sat in the corner looking at his own hand and occasionally at the ceiling. Naruto sat across from Rias in a chair that had not been offered to him. He'd simply pulled it out and sat like the chair had been waiting for him specifically. He looked around the room with appreciation. "Nice space. The ward work on the walls is good, the layering here is better than anything I felt in the commercial district." "My work," Akino said from beside the window. A small, pleased note in her voice that she probably hadn't intended. "Genuinely impressive," Naruto said, and he said it the way someone says a thing they mean. Akino tilted her head slightly. "You can read ward work," Rias said. "I can do a lot of things." He leaned back. "Before you ask the next 10 questions I can see stacking up behind your eyes, I'll give you the short version. My name is Naruto. I have been asleep under this town for approximately 2,000 years, give or take a decade, which I acknowledge is a strange sentence. I woke up tonight because something in the local supernatural field shifted enough to trip what remained of my automatic wake conditions. I believe," he glanced at Issei, "that would be your sacred gear activating at above threshold levels for an untrained user." The room was quiet. 2,000 years, Kaneko said from the corner. She was small, white-haired, and currently eating a biscuit with the expression of someone determined not to seem affected by anything. "That's a specific number. Give or take a decade," he repeated. "And you were just, under the ground," Kiba said. Yudo Kiba, the handsome one, hand resting near his hilt with the subtlety of someone who knew he had no shot and was doing it anyway out of professional habit. "Sleeping. Not sleeping exactly. More like, bracketed. Outside of time, functionally." He thought about it. "You know how you can pause a song? Like that, but the song is me and the pause was 2,000 years. Why?" Rias asked. The one-word question that cut through everything else. He looked at her steadily. "That is the more complicated part of the short version. Then give me the long version." "Not tonight." He said it without apology but also without dismissal, just a simple boundary, stated plainly, the way someone says a thing that isn't up for negotiation because there's no particular malice in refusing, just clarity. "Tonight I'm getting oriented. I've been awake for about 2 hours and I've already found a stray sacred gear user, met 4 of your pieces, and eaten bad noodles. I think that's enough for one night." Rias studied him. She was very good at reading people, it was one of her better qualities, beneath the noble pride and the power she'd been born into. She could read Naruto well enough to know that he was not lying. Not being evasive for sinister reasons. Just, pacing himself. Or pacing her. Maybe both. "Where are you planning to go?" she asked. "Tonight. I haven't decided." He looked genuinely unconcerned about this. "You don't have anywhere to stay." I'll sort it out. He stood, and the chair settled back slightly as if exhaling. He looked at Issei. Your sacred gear is a rare one. Don't let anyone tell you it's dangerous, it's powerful, which is different. Get someone to train you properly. A glance at Rias. I assume you're planning to. He's a candidate for my peerage, Rias said. Good. He nodded, satisfied with that, and then looked around the room one more time, taking it in, that same quality of attention he'd had in the convenience store, like he was memorizing something he wanted to keep. I'll be around. You'll feel me in the ward work, probably. Try not to send anyone to investigate. I'm not going to break anything. I don't know that, Rias said. No, he agreed. But you know I could have broken quite a lot already and didn't. He paused at the door, hand on the frame. The Gremory house has a good reputation, by the way. Even the old ward work under the modern layers has your family's signature in the containment architecture. Whoever built this territory's base structure 200 years ago, they knew what they were doing. He left. The door closed. The room sat quietly for a moment. Someone tell me what just happened, Issei said. I have no idea, Kiba said honestly. Rias sat with her hands folded on the desk and looked at the closed door and thought very carefully. She had spent her entire life learning the hierarchy of supernatural power, not as an abstract, but as something lived, the way you learn weather patterns when you live somewhere that gets real storms. She knew what it felt like to be near something that could hurt her. She knew what it felt like to be near something that simply existed at a different altitude entirely. Aquino, she said. Yes. Get me everything in our library that predates the Great War. Specifically anything that uses the phrase, the storm without shore. A pause. That's a very old phrase. I know. There are maybe 2 texts that reference it. Then we're starting there. Naruto found an empty building on the edge of Kuoh's commercial district that had been sitting unoccupied long enough to accumulate a certain dignity. 3 stories. Old wooden structure, the kind that modern development hadn't gotten around to yet. He walked through the ground floor with a lantern he made out of nothing more elaborate than cupped air and a thought, and he assessed it the way he assessed most things, practically, without attachment, looking for what was actually there rather than what he wanted to find. It would do. He sat on the floor of the 2nd story, which had a window that faced east, and he unpacked the rest of his convenience store ramen and ate it cold in the dark and let himself feel it. 2,000 years. He'd known the number intellectually from the moment he woke up, the date was in the air, in the wardworks timestamps, in a dozen different environmental signals he'd read automatically before he'd even fully surfaced. Knowing a number and feeling it were different things. He sat with the feeling now that he had a moment to himself. Everyone he had known was gone. That was the simple version of it. The version that fit into a sentence. The actual shape of it was larger than that, not just the people, but the context, the whole world those people had existed inside. The way certain things had tasted, or smelled, or the particular quality of light over a place he'd loved. Gone not because they'd been taken but because time had done what time always did to everything it touched. He sat with that for a while. He did not cry. Not because he was above it, but because he'd had the conversation with grief before and had some measure of its territory. He let it sit in him like water in cupped hands, present, real, allowed. Then he finished his ramen. Set the cup down. Lay back on the bare wood floor with his hands behind his head. The town outside was winding down into late night. He could feel its rhythms, the last trains, the convenience stores humming, the supernatural territory that Rias Gremory's peerage was maintaining with quiet professionalism. It was actually quite good work, the territory management. Whoever had trained them had done it properly. He thought about her. Rias. She'd shaken his hand without hesitating. That mattered more than it should, probably. He'd been expecting either fear or aggression. Those were the 2 modes that powerful people usually landed in when they encountered something they couldn't classify. She'd done neither. She'd looked at him with those sharp blue-gray eyes and asked direct questions, and when he declined to answer fully she'd accepted it without making it a confrontation, filed it away, and started thinking instead. He appreciated thinking. He also thought about the boy, Issei. The sacred gear had been real, the fear had been real, and underneath it, he'd sensed the particular quality of someone who had more in them than they knew. That wasn't insight exactly, more instinct. He'd known a lot of people over a very long life, and something about Issei carried the same feeling as a word right on the tip of your tongue, potential about to become actual. He hoped Rias's training would be good for him. He stared at the ceiling and listened to the town breathe and thought about what came next. He had no particular agenda. He never had, not really. He'd always moved toward what needed moving toward, which was sometimes different from what he wanted and sometimes exactly the same. Right now he wanted a proper bed and eventually a real conversation with someone who could tell him what had happened to the world in the centuries he'd missed. Tomorrow. He'd handle the bed tomorrow. He closed his eyes. He didn't sleep, not exactly, not the way humans slept, but he settled into something like rest, a kind of still awareness, and the town turned around him in the dark, and the wardwork beneath his body pulsed with old patterns, and the hairline crack in the alley a kilometer away still hadn't closed, and a cat that had spent an hour working up its courage came back to the dumpster and sat beside the buckled concrete and stared at nothing in particular. Rias was still in the club room at 3 a.m. when Aquino set a cup of tea on the desk beside her. The text in front of her was old enough that she'd had to retrieve it from the locked archive, a bound manuscript in pre-standardization devil script, the margins filled with cramped annotation, the cover devoid of title. It had been catalogued under the entirely uninformative heading of miscellaneous theological fragments, pre-war. She had found the phrase on page 47. And the storm without shore does not belong to any throne, nor did it ever. It was before the factions and will be after them. When the old texts say it chose to sleep, they are wrong. It was made to sleep, by those who feared that a god with no allegiance could not be controlled and could not be predicted and therefore could not be allowed to simply exist during a war that required everyone to choose. She read it 3 more times. Aquino, she said. The texts say he was made to sleep. Not that he chose to. Aquino read over her shoulder. Said nothing for a moment. That changes things. It changes a lot of things. Rias sat back. Someone sealed him 2,000 years ago. And he woke up in my territory tonight. She looked at the door again, the closed door where he'd stood with that warm, unchallengeable ease. He knew. He knew as soon as I walked in. I could see it in his face. What did he know? That the name Gremory was in the territory's base wardwork. She paused. Aquino. Who built the base territorial structure of Kuoh 200 years ago? Aquino was quiet for slightly too long. Your grandmother. My grandmother. Rias closed the book carefully. My grandmother built her territorial wardwork 200 years ago over something that had been in the ground for 2,000 years, and put our family's signature in the containment architecture. The word containment sat between them. He noticed, Aquino said. He mentioned it, Rias corrected. There's a difference. She stood, walked to the window. Outside, Kuoh Town was dark and mostly quiet. Somewhere to the northeast, she could feel something in the wardwork that hadn't been there this morning, a presence, deep and still, like a warm note held at the bottom of a very large instrument. He mentioned it and then he left. Without anger. Without accusation. That's either very controlled, Aquino said, or he genuinely doesn't care. I don't think it's control, Rias said. I think he already knew and he's deciding what he thinks about it. She watched the dark town for another moment. Send a message to my brother. Mark it sensitive. Tell him that the entity registered in the pre-war archives as the storm without shore has resurfaced in Kuoh and that I've made contact. Surzex will send someone, Aquino said. I know. Rias turned from the window. Let him. The faster everyone gets in a room together and starts being honest, the better for all of us. She picked up her coat. Go home. Sleep. We reconvene in the morning. And him? Rias paused. He said he'd be around. She said it neutrally, but the neutrality was the kind you build rather than the kind you start with. I believe him. She walked out into the night. The town breathed around her, and somewhere in it, something ancient and impossibly warm breathed with it, like it had always been there, like it was getting reacquainted with the feeling of being alive in a world that didn't know its name. By morning, it would know its name again. She almost looked forward to the noise that would make. Chapter 2, The Weight of Old Names. The morning came in sideways through the second-story window, the kind of pale gold light that only happens in early autumn when the air hasn't decided yet whether it wants to be warm or cold. Naruto sat cross-legged on the bare floor facing the window, watching the light move across the grain of the old wood boards, and ate the last of his convenience store ramen cold. He'd spent the night not quite sleeping and not quite awake, that middle state where the mind moves freely without direction, and he'd let it wander. Through memory, mostly. Not the painful kind, not the faces of people he'd lost, but the older, softer kind. The shape of a world he'd known. How the sky had looked over a place he'd loved before the name of it had been ground into a different language by centuries of use. He let those memories settle through him like sediment, finding their places, making room for whatever came next. What came next was Kuoh Town, apparently. He stood, rolled his shoulders, and went to the window. The street below was beginning its morning, a woman walking a dog, two salary men moving in parallel toward the train station, a bakery 2 doors down exhaling warm bread smell into the autumn air. He watched it for a while, this ordinary human morning, and felt something settle in his chest that he didn't have an immediate name for. Not comfort exactly. More like recognition. He'd always liked people. Specifically, he'd always liked the way people got on with things. His awareness moved outward, not intrusively, more like someone stretching after a night's rest, and he read the wordwork of the town the way you read a newspaper, picking out the relevant parts. Rias Gremory's territorial signature was still running its usual patterns, but there were new elements in it this morning, fresh scrying work that had been laid in the small hours. Discreet. Professional. Pointed in his general direction. He had expected that. He'd expected the message to her brother too, which the Wardworks communication channels had carried sometime around 3 a.m. like a stone thrown into still water, ripples spreading out. What he hadn't expected was the second arrival he could feel in the town's borders, something that had come in from the north just before dawn, moving through the wardwork with a precision that spoke of someone who either knew exactly where every ward was or operated at a level where wards were largely academic. Old power. Disciplined power. A different flavor entirely from Rias's open, fire-bright signature. He found his jacket, dark, practical, the same one from last night because it still worked fine, and went downstairs. He found the bakery that matched the smell and bought 4 things from a very tired young woman who gave his cheek marks the brief, polite non-reaction of someone who worked in customer service and had made peace with the range of human appearance. He ate one of the pastries on the sidewalk outside, warm now, genuinely good, the kind of food that reminded him why being corporeal had its significant merits. Then he started walking toward the second presence. It was in the park near the school, one of those urban parks that exists in the space between where city planning ran out of ideas, with old trees and stone paths and a small pond that had 3 ducks in it who were conducting their morning business with great seriousness. The presence was sitting on a bench near the pond, and from 50 meters out Naruto could feel it the way you feel a cold front coming, not threatening, not hostile, just very much there. When he got close enough to see her properly he understood the feeling better. She was wearing civilian clothes, slate gray coat, dark trousers, her silver hair down rather than up, which he suspected was deliberate misdirection, but there was absolutely no version of any world where Grayfia lucifuge blended into a park bench. It wasn't the beauty, though that was plainly real. It was the same thing it always was with people who had spent long enough operating at high altitudes, a quality of stillness that was the opposite of passivity, the stillness of something with so much controlled power that it simply didn't need to move. She was watching the ducks. He sat down on the other end of the bench without being invited. She didn't look at him. You felt me coming. Since the north border, he said. About 4 a.m. A small pause. Most beings at your estimated level of power don't bother tracking border arrivals personally. I wasn't doing it personally. The ward work told me. He offered her the bag of pastries. I got extra. She looked at the bag. Then at him. Her eyes were gray, very steady, the kind of eyes that had been trained into perfect neutrality and then had so much practice at it the neutrality became genuine. You're offering me food. It's good. The one with the red bean paste is the best. He waited. You don't have to. I'm not going to be offended. She took one. He noted that she selected the red bean paste one. They sat for a moment in something that was not quite comfortable silence but was moving in that direction, the pond doing its pond business in front of them, the ducks loudly disagreeing about something in the far corner. You know who I am, she said. Grayfia Lucifuge. The silver-haired queen. Surzex Lucifer's queen and wife, strongest queen-class devil in current ranking by a margin that apparently makes the second place uncomfortable. He ate the last of his pastry. You got here very fast for someone who was presumably in the underworld when Rias sent her message. I was already en route, Grayfia said. The ward work anomaly from your emergence was flagged by Surzex's monitoring systems before Lady Rias's message arrived. Ah. He nodded. So he's been watching this town. He watches many things. She finally turned to look at him directly, and he met it, her gaze, the full weight of it, the assessment that had probably made lesser supernatural beings feel like insects pinned to paper. He looked back at her with simple, genuine attention. You're not what I expected, she said. What did you expect? Something less, she considered the word carefully, present. He thought about that. Things that have been asleep for a long time tend to be disoriented when they wake. Is that what you expected? Among other possibilities. Ancient beings often wake into rage or confusion. The ones sealed against their will especially. She said it without emphasis, but the information in the sentence was deliberate and specific. She was telling him she knew, or suspected, what the text said about his sealing. He looked at the ducks. One of them had won the argument and was now swimming with great self-satisfaction in a small circle. I'm not angry, he said. If that's what you came to assess. It's part of it. What's the other part? She was quiet for a moment. Not stalling, thinking. He could tell the difference. Surzex wants a full read on your intentions. Your power level. Your likely trajectory. My trajectory. He turned the word over. You mean is he going to have a problem with me? More specifically, whether you represent a threat to the current structure of the supernatural world. Naruto looked at her steadily. Do I seem threatening to you? Deeply, she said, without hesitation, without drama. Just a fact. Not in a way I can point to easily. More like standing near the edge of something very large. The depth is threatening even if the edge doesn't move. He blinked. Then he laughed, a short, genuine sound, the kind that happens before you can decide whether to make it. That's the most accurate description anyone has ever given me. And I've been described by some very articulate people. Something shifted in her face. Almost not visible. Just a slight easing around the eyes, a fraction of the neutrality becoming something else. She turned back to the pond. What are your intentions? Honestly? He stretched his arms above his head, an almost absurdly casual gesture for the context. I want a proper place to stay. A bath. Actual hot food at some point. After that, I want to understand what the world looks like now and figure out what, if anything, I'm supposed to do about being awake in it. That's all. That's quite a lot, actually. You're not planning to make claims. On territory. On any faction's resources. He glanced at her sideways. Is that what you were told to worry about? It's the logical concern, she said. An entity of your category waking up in a contested territory, with no factional allegiance, historically speaking, that has never resulted in stability. Historically speaking, he said, I've never been interested in territory or factions. That's sort of the whole thing about me, if your history texts got any of it right. He paused. Did they get any of it right? She considered this. The fragments we have reference a being of enormous power that existed outside the three-faction system. That chose neutrality not out of weakness but out of something the texts call. She paused, reaching for the phrase. Sovereign indifference. Sovereign indifference. He tried it. That's not quite right, but it's not wrong either. He thought about it. I was never indifferent. I just never saw a reason to pick a side in fights that weren't about what I actually cared about. And what do you actually care about? The question came out quieter than her others. More direct. Like she'd meant to frame it more professionally and hadn't quite managed it. The ducks quacked. A leaf fell from one of the park trees and drifted across the path. People, he said simply. Specifically the ones who are trying and not quite making it. The ones who are in some kind of trap they didn't build. He looked at the pond. I've always been bad at walking past that kind of thing. Grayfia was quiet for a longer time than before. That's a strange quality for something the texts call a god. Gods are people too, usually, Naruto said. The ones worth talking to, anyway. She stood. He tracked the movement, fluid, composed, every motion economical. She was looking at him in a way that was different from the assessment of before. More layered. Like she'd come in with a specific lens and was finding that the lens wasn't quite the right prescription. Sirzex will want to meet with you formally, she said. I figured. Soon. Within the week. That's fine. He stood too, unhurriedly. He was taller than her by several inches and it seemed to register slightly, not the height itself, but the reminder of physical presence, which she covered smoothly. Will you be there? I'm always present for Sirzex's significant meetings. Good. He picked up the pastry bag, which had one more in it. Take the last one. The one with the sesame is also good. She looked at the bag for a moment. She took the sesame one. You're very strange, she said, and it came out sounding almost like she meant it as a compliment. I've been asleep for 2,000 years, he said. I'm still catching up on normal. She almost smiled. He saw it, the absolute beginning of it, at the corner of her mouth, before it was carefully reassembled into neutrality. She turned and walked away through the park, silver hair catching the morning light, and he watched her go with his hands in his pockets. Something in the town's wardwork gave a low, subsonic shiver, like a tuning fork struck once and felt rather than heard. He thought he knew what it was. He ignored it for now and went to look for hot food. He found a ramen shop 3 blocks from the park that was genuinely good, not convenience store good, actually good, the kind of good that meant someone cared about the broth, and he sat at the counter and worked through 2 bowls back to back while the owner, a man of perhaps 60 with hands built for the work, watched him with the quiet satisfaction of someone whose craft was being properly appreciated. You're not from here, the man said. It wasn't accusatory, just observational. No, Naruto said. Passing through. He thought about it honestly. Maybe. I'm not sure yet. He finished the second bowl. This is very good broth. The depth on it, you've been building this base stock a long time. The owner looked at him with new attention. 15 years, that stock. It shows. The man smiled and refilled his tea without being asked. Naruto sat with the tea and thought about the morning. Grayfia's visit had been handled cleanly, she'd come to assess, she'd gotten something she hadn't entirely expected, and she'd left with information she'd think about. Good. He wanted the Sirzex situation handled through clarity rather than avoidance. The faster everyone understood that he wasn't here to destabilize anything, the faster they could all get past the defensive crouch. The other thing he was thinking about was the Gremory wardwork. Specifically the base architecture. Specifically the word containment that the old text apparently used, which Rias had caught and which she'd been too sharp not to understand. He didn't feel angry about it. What he felt was more curious than anything else, a 2,000-year-old question about who, exactly, and why, exactly, and whether the people who'd done it had been scared or calculated or both. The Gremory signature in the containment architecture put the family in an interesting position. Not necessarily guilty of anything. Families carried old decisions the way land carried old bones, whether you wanted them or not. He was going to need to look at the actual containment seal at some point. It would be somewhere deep, beneath the town's natural foundations, woven into bedrock. He'd felt it when he emerged but hadn't been in a state to fully read it. It could wait. He had time. He had, in fact, considerable time. He paid for the ramen with money that was actual modern currency. He made a brief and unscheduled interaction with the local ATM network in the small hours, a thing he wouldn't make a habit of but had needed to manage once, and he went back to the empty building to find that it had acquired an occupant. Rias was standing in his second-floor room, arms folded, looking at the bare floor with an expression that she probably called neutral and he'd call concerned. She had two of her peerage with her, Akino, who was examining the window frame with serene attention, and Kaneko, who was sitting on the floor eating something and radiating the specific energy of a very powerful being that had decided to be inconvenienced by none of this. "You broke into my building," he said from the doorway. "This building belongs to the Gremory territory," Rias said. Technically you're correct." He walked in. "Find anything interesting?" "Nothing." "That's what's interesting." She turned to face him. She'd slept and changed, the uniform was gone, replaced by something more casually authoritative, deep burgundy. Her hair was down and it moved when she turned, that vivid red that was less a color than a declaration. "There's no trace of your presence in this room at all. No supernatural signature. No ambient residue. Nothing. Is that a problem?" "It's impossible," she said. "Every supernatural being leaves some kind of ambient trace. It's fundamental to how we read territory." "Sure," he said. He walked to the window and looked out. "I just don't leave traces unless I want to." A pause. "You just choose not to exist in the wardwork." "More like I exist below the level the wardwork is calibrated to detect. The way you can't hear a sound below a certain frequency." He glanced back. "Your wardwork is calibrated for currently known supernatural categories. I'm not currently in any of them." Rias absorbed this. Akino had turned from the window and was watching him with those still eyes. Kaneko had stopped eating. "Grayfia was here," Rias said. It wasn't a question. "This morning." She introduced herself. "We had pastries." She introduced herself. Something crossed Rias's face. Grayfia doesn't introduce herself to entities she hasn't been briefed on. She assesses from a distance and reports. "She tried that first," he said. "I walked toward her instead." He looked at Rias directly. "She's careful. Capable. And she asks better questions than most people in her position would bother with." He paused. "She's also coming back with a formal meeting invitation from Surzex within the week." Rias went very still in a way that was different from Grayfia's stillness. Where Grayfia's stillness was discipline, Rias's was the moment before a decision. "You're going to meet with him?" "Of course. Better to get everyone in a room early." "He's going to try to place you within the existing structure," she said. "Give you a formal classification. Faction affiliation. Some kind of managed position." "I know. You're not going to accept that." He smiled. "See, you ask good questions too." He moved away from the window, toward the center of the room. The morning light moved with him in a way that wasn't quite physically accurate. I'm not going to be placed in a structure. But I'm also not going to be difficult about it. Sirs X will want something manageable and I'll give him something workable instead, which is different. He sat on the floor, cross-legged. What did your research turn up last night? Rias didn't move for a moment. Then she sat down too, not on the floor, but she sat, on the windowsill, which was close enough. The fragment said you were made to sleep, she said. Not that you chose to. Yes. By someone who put our family's signature in the containment architecture. Yes. I need you to understand that I didn't know, she said, and there was something in her voice that had nothing professional about it, just the raw directness of someone who needed a thing to be understood. My family carries a lot of old decisions I wasn't consulted on. That doesn't make them mine. He looked at her. I know that. You're not angry. I told Grayfia the same thing this morning. I'm not angry. He turned the thing over, looking for the most accurate words. I'm curious. And eventually I'm going to need to understand exactly what happened and exactly who made the call and exactly why. But that's not a conversation I need to have today, and it's not a conversation where you're the one who owes me anything. She exhaled. Not quite a sigh. More like something she'd been holding could be set down. What do you need from me? She asked. Right now. Nothing urgent. He thought about it. Actually, your library. The locked archive. I'd like access to whatever pre-war materials you have. That's all. And the hot water in this building isn't working. He glanced at the ceiling. Do you know a plumber? Kaneko made a very small sound that might have been a laugh. Aquino definitely smiled. Rias stared at him for a long moment with an expression he was becoming familiar with, the one where she was recalibrating at speed and maintaining composure while doing it. I'll have the utilities connected properly, she said. This building is technically unoccupied in our property records. It can stay that way, if you want to use it. Thank you. Don't thank me. I'm keeping you close to Gremory territory where I can maintain awareness of what you're doing. I know that too, he said. I'm still grateful. He paused. I'll have the wards on this building updated to interface with your territory's system properly. So your monitoring works. I'm not interested in being a blind spot in your network, that creates unnecessary anxiety for you and unnecessary drama for me. Rias blinked. You're going to voluntarily integrate into my territorial ward work. At a surface level. So you can feel my presence without me being catalogued by everything else that reads your network. He considered. Think of it like, I'll knock. But I won't hand over a key. Another recalibration moment. He was getting familiar with those two. Fine, she said. That's fine. She stood. Aquino will bring you access to the archive this afternoon. There's a back entrance through the school's basement level, I'll have Kiba show you. I appreciate it. She turned to go, then stopped. Something held her at the door for a second too long, and he waited. The text, she said, without turning around. The fragment about the ceiling. It said you existed before the factions and would exist after them. She paused. Is that true? He thought about it seriously. I don't know about after, he said. I've never been comfortable with certainty about the future. But before, yes. I predate the current system by enough that it might as well be a different world. He looked at his hands, those calloused, marked hands. I'm not a devil concept. Not a heaven concept. Not a fallen concept. I existed before any of those categories existed. That means no one has authority over you, she said. No one ever has had authority over me, he said. Not even the people who sealed me. He said it without heat. Just fact. That's why they sealed me instead of trying to command me. She left. He heard her footsteps on the stairs, then the front door, and then the three of them were gone from the building's signature entirely. He sat in the quiet for a while. The afternoon went to the library. Kiba met him at the school's back entrance with the slightly stilted friendliness of someone who was professionally curious but personally uncertain. The blonde swordsman had good instincts, Naruto had already decided, and good instincts in a person who wielded a sword meant they'd already run the numbers on whether they could take him and had arrived at an honest answer. "You don't have to be careful with me," Naruto said, as they went down into the basement level. Kiba glanced at him. "I'm not being careful." "You are, but it's polite careful, not frightened careful. I appreciate the distinction." He ducked under a low doorframe that Kiba navigated through without ducking. "How long have you been in Rias's peerage?" Something shifted in Kiba's face. Old pain, briefly visible, well managed. "A few years." "You didn't start as hers." "No." "Short." "Not rude." "Just, not elaborated on." Naruto didn't push. "Fair enough." They reached the archive room, which was stone-walled and carried a preservation seal that was genuinely impressive in its longevity. "She trains you well, though. Your spatial awareness is good." Kiba stopped with the door half open. "How do you know my spatial awareness is good?" "You've seen me move twice." "The way you came down those stairs," Naruto said. "You tracked all three exits without looking at any of them. That's not training you can fake." He nodded at the door. "Thanks for the escort." Kiba held the door for him, looking at him with the expression of someone who had just been correctly read by a stranger and wasn't sure how to feel about it. "Riasama said to tell you the left section of shelving is pre-war, sorted by century." "Perfect." He spent the next 3 hours in the archive. What was there was fragmented, incomplete, sometimes contradictory, 2,000 years of history from one faction's perspective, with all the gaps and biases that implied. But it was something. He read about the Great War from the Devil Side's account, which was self-serving in places and surprisingly honest in others. He read about the aftermath, the restructuring, the way the three factions had eventually stabilized into an uneasy peace that had held long enough to start looking like normalcy. He read about the concept of sacred gears, which was relatively new in the span of time he operated in, a human being carrying divine gifts without knowing what they were, which struck him as very human and also very divine in the way those things sometimes converged. He found nothing about himself, specifically. Which was expected. The people who had sealed him had presumably also managed the archival record. What he found, in a margin annotation on a document about pre-war territorial arrangements, was a single name, Shemhazai. Written in a hand different from the main text, in ink that was distinctly older. No context. Just the name, circled once. He stared at it for a long time. Shemhazai was a fallen angel. One of the original Grigori leadership. Ancient, brilliant, the kind of mind that thought 50 years ahead of every move. He would have been active at the time of the sealing. A piece clicked into something adjacent to place. Not the full picture, not yet, but a corner of it, the way finding one puzzle piece doesn't tell you what the image is but tells you the image is real. He closed the document. Filed it. Stood and stretched, his shadow long across the stone floor in the late afternoon light coming through the basement window. He was back in his building by evening, standing at the second-floor window watching the town's lights come on one by one, when the wardwork at the territory's north edge registered something sharp and brief, a scrying attempt, not from Surzex's people, from a different signature entirely. Fallen angel, but not Grayfia's cautious professional approach. This was a fast, aggressive probe, the kind that was looking for something specific and not particularly concerned about being noticed. It found him, sat on him for less than a second, and then withdrew. He stood very still for a moment, tracking the direction it had come from, memorizing the signature. He didn't recognize it from any of the current factional registers he'd read in the archive. But it had a quality he recognized from much older experience, the fingerprint of someone who had been looking for a very long time and had just found what they were looking for. That was mildly interesting. His door opened without knocking, or rather, someone knocked at the precise same moment as opening, which was a bold technique. Aquino stepped in, which told him Rias had felt the probe too and sent her fastest response. "You felt it," she said. "Came in from the north. Different from Grayfia's signature this morning, sharper, more aggressive. Fallen angel but not Surzex's people. We don't have a match in our registry." Aquino's composure was perfect, but her eyes were doing that very still thing again. It spiked and withdrew faster than our tracking could pin a location. "I have the direction." He touched the window frame lightly and the wardwork shivered, a faint golden thread extending outward in the direction of the probe's origin before dissolving. "About 4 kilometers northwest. Moving away now." He looked at her. "Does that area have any significance to your territory?" "The old industrial district," she said. "We've had sporadic stray activity there, nothing organized. Until tonight." He turned from the window. "Tell Rias. Keep an eye on it but don't send anyone in, not yet. Whoever that was, they weren't attacking. They were identifying." He sat on the floor, back to the wall. "They wanted to confirm I was real." Aquino stood in the doorway with her hands folded. She had a specific quality in that moment, not quite in professional mode, not quite out of it, standing in the gap between them. "You recognize the type of probe," she said. "Not the specific signature." "What type was it?" "The kind someone uses when they've been searching for something for a very long time," he said. "That quality of attention." He looked at the ceiling. "Someone has been looking for me. Which means someone knew I was here before Rias's message went out. Or knew to look for you specifically." "Yes." He considered it. "Which makes the Shemhazai margin note I found this afternoon considerably more interesting." Aquino went still in an entirely different way. "You found a reference to Shemhazai in our archive?" 1. A margin annotation, pre-war, single name in old handwriting. He looked at her. "He means something to you?" "He's a Grigori elder," she said carefully. "Ancient. Most of the current fallen angel leadership think he's been inactive for centuries." She paused, choosing words. "He's considered something of a myth even within his own faction." "Old beings often are," Naruto said. "Right up until they aren't." She held his gaze for a moment, and he could see her thinking, the active, capable intelligence running behind those composed features. "I'll tell Rias," she said. "About the probe. And the name. Thank you." He tilted his head slightly. "You're not what I'd have expected from a devil queen either, for what it's worth." "What were you expecting?" "Something more performance, less substance. The role of queen to a noble devil house tends to attract a specific type." He shrugged. "You're not that type." Aquino tilted her head, mirroring him. "What type am I?" "Someone who chose this," he said. "Not someone who was placed here. There's a difference in how people move through spaces they chose versus spaces they were assigned to." She was quiet for a moment that had a texture to it, like the moment after something true is said before the response arrives. "Good night," she said. And left. He sat in the dark room and let the town's lights be enough, and thought about margin annotations and ancient names and probes from old things that had been waiting, and he decided that Kuoh Town was going to be considerably more complicated than he'd initially assessed. He found he didn't mind. The vending machine down the street spontaneously dispensed another orange soda, and the cat came back to the alley, and somewhere across the town Rias Gremory was reading Aquino's message with her jaw set and her eyes moving fast, and somewhere else Grayfia Lucifuge was sitting at a desk with a half-eaten sesame pastry beside her, writing a report that kept stopping halfway through sentences because the subject refused to be categorized. And 4 kilometers northwest, in a building the town had mostly forgotten about, something very old and very patient was smiling in the dark. The storm without shore had been found. Now it was simply a question of what it intended to do about that. Chapter 3, Flame Pedigree. 3 days passed. In those 3 days, Naruto read everything in the Gremory archive worth reading, learned the layout of Kuoh Town well enough that he could move through it without touching a single ward, found 2 more ramen shops and ranked them, and had 7 separate conversations with Issei Hayadu that the boy initiated by showing up at the empty building with the specific energy of someone who had decided a thing was going to happen and was just working up to admitting it. The 7th conversation was the honest one. "I want to understand my sacred gear," Issei said, sitting on the floor of the 2nd story with his knees pulled up. His school uniform was rumpled in the way school uniforms get when someone has been running. "Ria-senpai's training is good, but it's like she's teaching me the rules of a game before she's taught me why the game exists." Naruto looked up from the document he was reading, a fragment about pre-war territorial law that was mostly useful as background. "What do you think the why is?" "That's what I'm asking you." "No, you're asking me to give you the answer. I'm asking you what you already think." He set the document down. "You've had it your whole life. Even dormant, a sacred gear has a relationship with its user. What does it feel like to you?" Issei was quiet, turning the question over properly. "Like, something that wants to grow," he said finally. "Not in an aggressive way. More like a plant grows. Toward light." Naruto nodded. "That's exactly right. The gear isn't a weapon you've been given. It's a capacity that's been living alongside you, calibrating itself to you, waiting for you to be ready to meet it at its level." He paused. "Most training starts at the power output. That's backwards. Start at the relationship." Issei stared at him. "Ria-senpai is going to be annoyed you're teaching me things. Rias will be fine." He picked the document back up. "Come back tomorrow if you want to continue. Same time." Issei went. Naruto read. Outside, the town did its town things. On the morning of the 4th day, the riser situation arrived. He felt it before he saw it, a surge of fire-based supernatural energy at the east edge of the territory, not subtle, not trying to be. The kind of arrival that was a statement rather than a visit. Phoenix Fire had a specific signature, older than the family that currently wielded it, and it hit the wardwork like someone throwing a lit match into a room and watching to see what caught. Naruto was at the ramen shop when it happened. He finished his bowl, thanked the owner, and walked east. He found them in a park, different from the one where he'd met Grayfia, larger, more open, the kind of space that was probably nice on normal days. Today it had the specific quality of a stage set for something unpleasant. Riser Phoenix was exactly what his energy signature had suggested, a man built by circumstances into someone who had never once had to consider whether his behavior was acceptable, because the behavior of powerful people becomes acceptable by default when no one around them has the leverage to say otherwise. He was handsome in the way expensive things are handsome, deliberately, carefully, with full awareness of the effect. He stood in the center of the park with 8 members of his peerage arranged around him, all female, all watching Rias with the particular attention of people following their principal's lead. Rias stood opposite him with Akino at her shoulder and Kaneko 3 steps back, the triangle of her most reliable pieces. Her chin was up. Her voice, when Naruto arrived close enough to hear, was controlled with the kind of effort you can only see if you know what uncontrolled looks like. "This territory is mine," she was saying. "Your presence here is a courtesy I haven't extended." "My fiancé's territory," Riser said. He smiled with every feature of his face except his eyes, which were doing the calculation behind the performance. "Semantics, darling. What's yours will be mine soon enough, isn't that the arrangement?" He spread his hands, generous, magnanimous, the gesture of someone who has never needed to ask for anything. "I came to see how preparations for the ceremony are progressing." "Is that so terrible? The ceremony is months away and requires no preparation from you. And yet here I am." He looked around the park with the proprietary interest of someone mentally redecorating. "I thought I'd familiarize myself with the territory. Get a sense of what I'm inheriting." Akino's energy had been building steadily, the ambient electricity of her nature crackling at the air's edges. Kaneko had gone very still. Rias herself, Naruto watched her, was holding herself in a posture he recognized from people who have been in a particular kind of trap for a long time, upright, dignified, immovable on the surface and quietly furious beneath it, because she knew that every move available to her had already been accounted for by the structure of the engagement itself. She couldn't attack him. She couldn't refuse him without political consequence. She couldn't even ask him to leave with real force behind it, because the engagement gave him standing in her territory whether she wanted it to or not. The trap wasn't physical. It was entirely systemic, built from political architecture, and it was doing exactly what traps do, limiting movement to an increasingly small space. Riser's eyes moved across the park and found Naruto. The calculation behind his face made a small, fast adjustment. Naruto saw it happen, the rapid assessment that beings like Riser ran automatically on anything new in their environment, the power read. Whatever Riser found, it made his eyes sharpen briefly and then deliberately settle back into their performance mode. Which was, Naruto thought, actually the most interesting thing Riser had done so far. It meant he was smarter than he appeared. "Who's this?" Riser asked, pleasantly. Rias turned. Something in her expression moved when she saw him, not relief exactly. More like the slight shift of someone who has been cornered alone and suddenly isn't. She managed it quickly. "A guest of the territory. Interesting guest." Riser looked at Naruto with the studied ease of someone establishing hierarchy through effect. "You're not a devil. Not fallen. Not exactly human either." He tilted his head. "Stray god. There are a few of those floating around. Usually looking for worshippers." "I'm not looking for worshippers," Naruto said. "Demon, then. Old type." Riser smiled. "Well. Whatever you are, this is a private family discussion. You're welcome to, no," Naruto said. The word wasn't loud. It didn't have particular aggression in it. It was just, placed. Solidly, completely, without any of the apologetic softening that usually accompanies contradiction of powerful people. Riser blinked. Possibly the first unscripted expression he'd made since arriving. "Excuse me. I'm not going anywhere." Naruto put his hands in his pockets. He was standing about 15 meters from Riser, which was close enough to be in the conversation and far enough that it wasn't a physical challenge. "Not yet. Go ahead with what you were saying." The park went quiet in a particular way. Riser's peerage had all orientated toward the new variable. Riser himself was processing, Naruto could see it, the fast recalibration, the social machinery working out how to handle a refusal to follow the established script. "You have a bold manner for someone in my fiancé's territory," Riser said. The warmth in his voice had dropped one register. "Still pleasant, professionally. I assume Rias has explained the political situation to you. The engagement is sanctioned by both houses. Any interference from external parties is, I'm not interfering," Naruto said. "I'm standing in a park." He looked around at the trees, the path, the pond at the far end. "Nice park. Good trees." He looked back at Riser. "You were talking about inheriting the territory. Go on." Another pause. Riser's jaw moved slightly. "The territory passes to House Phoenix upon our marriage. Standard engagement terms for noble houses when the female party is being handled like a property transfer," Naruto said. "Yes. I've read the relevant sections of Devil Noble Law in the Gremory archive. It's thorough." He glanced at Rias. She was looking at him with an expression that was composed on the surface and had considerable activity underneath it. He looked back at Riser. "The clause you're using, the one that gives you standing in her territory, it requires the female party's continued participation in the engagement to remain active." Riser went still. "That's correct. So if she withdraws from the engagement, she can't." Clipped, now. The warmth fully gone. The engagement was approved by both Devil faction leadership and the Gremory family head. Individual withdrawal requires a challenge or a mutual dissolution. Rias has neither the grounds for challenge that would be recognized and her family will not dissolve. He looked at Naruto with eyes that had dropped the performance entirely, which was actually more honest and therefore more interesting. I've checked. Thoroughly. I'm sure you have, Naruto said. He walked forward. Not fast, not aggressive, just, forward, the way you walk when you're crossing a room to pick something up. He stopped about 5 meters from Riser and looked at him directly. Riser's peerage shifted, the 8 of them tightening their arrangement, and Riser himself didn't step back, which was either genuine courage or pride, and Naruto gave him credit either way. I'm not going to threaten you, Naruto said. I want to be clear about that. I don't particularly do threats. He studied Riser's face. But I want you to understand something, and I want you to understand it fully, so I'm going to say it plainly. He paused. This engagement is ending. Not because I'm going to break it, not because Rias's family will dissolve it, but because the architecture of it is wrong, and wrong things eventually fall apart. The only question is how much damage they do on the way down. Riser looked at him for a long moment. Big words, he said, from someone who arrived in this town 4 days ago. Yes, Naruto agreed. You have no standing in Devil Noble proceedings. No faction. No recognized status. Nothing. Riser straightened, the performance coming back up like a visor dropping. You're a curiosity. An anomaly with an inflated sense of relevance. He smiled, and it was sharp now, stripped of the charm. I suggest you enjoy whatever game you think you're playing while it lasts. These things tend to have short seasons. He turned. Snapped his fingers, a sharp crack in the park air. His peerage fell into movement around him. He walked away without looking back, which was a power move that would have landed better if his energy signature hadn't been running at elevated levels the entire time, the way a person's heartbeat elevates when they're frightened even if their face doesn't show it. Riser Phoenix was not frightened of Naruto. But some very old, very honest part of him was aware that something fundamental had just happened, and it had not happened in his favor. The park emptied. Riser's energy signature moved east and then blinked out of the territory. Rias stood very still for a moment. Then she exhaled, long and slow, and her shoulders came down from where they'd been carrying something. You didn't have to do that, she said. I know. He turned to face her fully. I wanted to. She looked at him. Why? He thought about it honestly. Because he was doing that thing where someone uses system architecture to make a person feel small, and I find that specific thing very difficult to walk past. He paused. Also because you were standing there being trapped by something that wasn't made by you and shouldn't be maintained by you, and I've never thought political architecture was a good enough reason for a person to be unhappy. Rias held his gaze for what felt like a long time but was probably 4 seconds. You're going to make this very complicated, she said. You know that. I usually do. The engagement can't just be ended by you declaring it wrong. No, he agreed. There'll be more to it than that. He looked in the direction Riser had gone. He's going to push back. That's fine. I'd rather it happened in the open than in the space behind your eyes where it's been living. The color in her face was doing something complicated. That was, she stopped. Too much, he asked, genuinely curious. No. She said it with the slight surprise of someone who expected a different answer from themselves. Not too much. She looked at her own hands for a moment, then up at him. Riser said you have no standing. He's right, legally. Legally, yes. He shrugged. I generally operate outside legal frameworks. The legal framework hasn't been invented that has jurisdiction over me. That's an extraordinary thing to say. I'm an extraordinary situation. He said it without arrogance, just fact, and she seemed to receive it that way, not as ego, as simple description. What comes next? On his end? She thought. The professional part of her brain slotting back in, which she found as interesting as the personal moments, the way she could move between the two without losing either. He'll report the interaction to his family. The Phoenix House will want information on you. They'll try to have you identified and classified before they respond. She paused. And he'll want to reassert himself. Riser doesn't process embarrassment well. What does reassertion look like for him? He'll challenge, she said. Eventually. He can demand a rating game. Devil Noble challenges are legally structured, witnessed, formal. If he challenges, I have to fight him. A beat. Last time I attempted that, I lost. I know. He'd read it in the archive. The rating game was a formalized combat structure, devils fighting by proxy through their peerages. Different this time. Why? Because last time you were fighting to avoid a future. This time you'll be fighting for something. He held her gaze. That changes how people fight. Aquino appeared at Rias's shoulder with the quality of someone who had been listening carefully and processed the conversation. He's not wrong, she said to Rias. Defensively motivated fighting and offensively motivated fighting use different reserves. Rias looked between them. Did you two practice that? We've known each other 4 days, Naruto said. We haven't had time to practice anything. The afternoon found him on the school roof. He'd discovered the roof access on his second day, found it unlocked, found the view exactly as useful as he'd expected. He could see most of the town from here, the residential district stepping up into the hills to the north, the commercial heart of it, the old industrial district to the northwest where that probe had come from 3 nights ago. The probe had not repeated. Which was, in his experience, not a sign that the interest had faded. It was a sign that whoever sent it had gotten what they needed from the first one. He was thinking about Kokabeel. He'd thought about it carefully since finding the Shemhazai annotation, working backward through what he knew, the pre-war period, the Gregory's internal structure, the particular kind of mind that would have been motivated to engineer the sealing of something like him. Shemhazai had the historical motive and the capability, but Shemhazai operated through others. He was a theorist, not an executor. The execution would have required someone with military command, someone who could coordinate across factions, someone who had enough authority in the war's chaos to make a multi-faction containment operation happen quietly. Kokabeel was Shemhazai's most capable lieutenant. Had been, for centuries. And Kokabeel, according to everything Naruto had found in the archive, had been the one fallen angel general who had openly wanted the Great War to escalate rather than resolve. A being who genuinely believed in the logic of total war, who had watched the 3-faction peace settle in over the centuries with what the texts described as unresolved contempt. A being who had been looking for a reason to break the peace. And who had apparently, 3 nights ago, confirmed that reason had just woken up. He heard the roof door open. Kaneko came up, sat near the edge without ceremony, and began eating something from a bag. She didn't look at him, which was her consistent mode of acknowledgement. You've been thinking very loudly, she said. Aquino says you've been on the roof for 3 hours. Aquino can feel that from the clubroom. Aquino can feel most things. She doesn't talk about all of them. Kaneko held out the bag. Rice crackers. He took one. You figured something out. Not quite. I'm building toward something. He ate the cracker. What do you know about Kokabeel? Kaneko went very still. The bag of crackers stopped moving. Naruto waited. Why, she said. He sent the probe the other night. I'm fairly confident. He looked out at the town. And he has a historical connection to the entity that organized my sealing. Kaneko looked at him directly for the first time. Her eyes were flat and very serious. Kokabeel is one of the most dangerous active fallen angel generals, she said. He's been quiet for decades. The Gregory have been trying to manage his ideology. What's his ideology? That peace is weakness. That the three-faction system is a temporary stalemate that will eventually break, and the only sensible response is to break it first, on his terms, while the advantage is still available. She looked back at the town. He's very smart. And he's very patient. And he has been quiet, she said again, with emphasis, for a long time. Until something changed his calculations, Naruto said. Until you woke up, she said. Yes. He looked at the Northwest District. He's out there. He's known I'm here since at least day 3. He's not doing anything yet because he's planning. He paused. Kokobile thinks my existence is useful to him. A being outside the three-faction system, ancient enough to predate it, my return is either a validation of his worldview or a tool for advancing it. Possibly both. Kaneko ate a cracker with great deliberateness. Are you worried? No. He said it honestly, not performed. But I am paying attention. There's a difference. Rias should know. She will. I'm going to tell her tonight. He looked at the horizon. I need you to tell me something first, Kaneko. He glanced at her. You knew what Kokobile was immediately. The way you went still. That's not just archive knowledge. Her jaw tightened very slightly. You don't have to tell me, he said. I'm not asking because I need the information. I'm asking because you've been the most straightforward of Rias's peerage since day 1, and I think you're carrying something that straightforward people shouldn't have to carry alone. The roof was quiet. Wind moved across it, rustling Kaneko's white hair. My sister, she said. Flat. Factual. Works with him. By choice. A beat. She left the Nikomata community and affiliated with Kokobile's operation. Another beat. She's the reason I know exactly what he believes. Because she believes it too. Naruto sat with that for a moment. I'm sorry, he said. Don't be. It was her choice. That doesn't make it easier to carry. She didn't say anything. But she offered him the bag of crackers again, and he took 2, and they sat on the roof together in the autumn afternoon and watched Kuoh Town doing its ordinary beautiful human thing below them, and the Northwest District sat there on the horizon like a question that was going to demand an answer soon. The riser situation moved faster than Rias had predicted. That evening, as they gathered in the clubroom to discuss Naruto's information about Kokobile, a formal message arrived, physical, delivered by Devil Courier, sealed with the Phoenix House sigil. Rias opened it at her desk while the rest of them watched. She read it twice. Then she set it down. He's requesting a rating game, she said. Formal challenge, witnessed by the council. In 3 weeks. That's fast, Kiba said. He's reactive, Naruto said from the chair he'd appropriated. I was in the park this morning. He's processing it as a threat to his standing and responding the way he always responds, by using the structure he knows he controls. He paused. 3 weeks is actually good. It gives time. Time for what? Rias said. She was looking at the letter, her hands very flat on the desk. My peerage has trained for months and we've already lost to his once. His pieces regenerate because of the Phoenix Fire. The match structure favors endurance and Riser's team is built around it. Then we don't fight an endurance match, Naruto said. We fight a different kind of match entirely. The rules of the rating game are standardized, the rules, he said, govern format and witness requirements. They don't dictate strategy. He leaned forward. Walk me through his standard tactical structure. I read the archive account of your first match. Tell me where it fell apart for your team. She looked at him. Something happened behind her eyes, a decision being made. Then she nodded, stood, and began talking, and for the next 2 hours the clubroom was maps and analysis and the kind of strategy work that has nothing to do with power levels and everything to do with understanding people. Naruto listened more than he talked. Asked questions rather than providing answers. Watched each of them as they worked, Kiba's precise tactical mind, Akino's instinct for identifying pressure points, Kaniko's quiet and brutally accurate assessment of physical variables, Rias herself, who thought in 3 dimensions and got frustrated when the details didn't line up and worked through that frustration without letting it stop her. They were good. They were genuinely, impressively good. And they'd lost the first match not because they were outclassed but because they'd been demoralized, fighting without believing fully in the outcome, which is the kind of deficit that doesn't show up in power comparisons. What changed, he asked, during a lull. They all looked at him. Between then and now. What's different? Rias was quiet for a moment. We're not fighting to escape something, she said. We're fighting to get something back. He nodded. That was exactly right, and he let it sit in the room rather than elaborating on it. Then Akino said, "Will you be there? For the match?" "Yes." "As a witness?" He considered the word carefully. "As someone who is paying attention," he said. "And who will respond to whatever he actually sees." The room sat with that. It wasn't a threat and it wasn't a promise and it was somehow both of those things simultaneously, and everyone in the room understood it and chose, collectively, not to push on the definition. Outside, the Kuoh night settled in. The ward work ran its patterns. The Northwest District was dark and still and patient. And somewhere in that darkness, in a building with excellent sight lines over the town, Kokabeel sat with his hands folded and a very old name written on a piece of paper in front of him, and he smiled the way someone smiles when a theory they've held for centuries finally produces its first piece of physical evidence. The storm without shore was awake. The war he'd been planning for could finally begin. Chapter 4, the last rating game. The 3 weeks moved the way time moves when everyone in a room is pointed at the same fixed point on the horizon, faster than expected and somehow still too slow. Naruto spent them learning Kuoh Town the way he'd learned every place he'd ever lived, not through maps or ward work, but through presence. He walked the same streets at different hours until he knew which bakery put out day-old bread at 6 a.m. and which ramen shop got its fish delivery on Tuesdays and which park bench caught the afternoon light at exactly the right angle for sitting and thinking without being interrupted. He learned the town's rhythms the way you learn a person's, and somewhere in that process the town stopped being a place he'd woken up in and started being a place he lived. He also trained Issei every morning for an hour. Not combat training, Rias had that covered, and she had it covered well. What he gave Issei was something more fundamental, the kind of session that looks like 2 people sitting quietly but is actually one person learning to hear something they've been generating their whole life without knowing how to listen to it. The sacred gear work. The relationship, not the output. By the end of the second week Issei could call it deliberately, hold it stable, and release it cleanly. Small things, but they were the foundation everything else would eventually stand on. "You're going to be something extraordinary," Naruto told him, on one of those mornings. "Not because of the gear. Because of how you think about people." He paused. "Don't let the power make you forget that part. The power is the easy bit." Issei had given him a look that was trying very hard not to be moved and failing completely. "That's the most embarrassing thing anyone's ever said to me. You'll survive it." Rias was watching from the doorway during that particular session. She didn't come in. But she stayed for the whole hour, and when Naruto glanced at her on his way out she was looking at Issei with an expression that had something new in it, not just pride in a piece, but something more personal, the way you look at something that turned out to be exactly what you needed it to be. He didn't comment on it. Some things are better left in the moment they happen. The day before the raiding game, Grayfia returned. She came through the front door of his building this time, knocked, waited, which he found genuinely funny given that she could have simply appeared anywhere in the territory she chose. He opened it and she was standing there in a gray coat and her silver hair up in the severe style she wore officially, which told him this wasn't a personal visit. "Surzek sends his formal acknowledgement of the raiding game," she said. "He'll be attending as a senior witness. The council requires at least 1 Lucifer rank presence for challenged matches between noble houses." "That's convenient," Naruto said. He stepped back from the door. "Come in." She came in. She looked around the ground floor, which had changed considerably since the first time Rias's peerage had found it empty. There was furniture now, functional rather than decorative, a low table with documents spread across it, a proper kitchen setup in the back room, shelves he'd built himself from what he'd found, stacked with books both old and modern. She looked at all of it with the careful attention she gave everything. "You've settled," she said. "I tend to." He moved to the kitchen and put water on. She didn't sit, so he didn't either, stood at the counter and looked at her. "What else?" "Surzex wants to speak with you tonight. Before the match." Informally. She produced a small card from her coat, physical, handwritten. "Dinner. The address is in Kuoh's northern district. It's a private property under Lucifer designation." He took the card. "He wants to assess me before the match so he can position himself appropriately regardless of outcome." "Yes," she said, without prettying it up. "Honest." He set the card on the counter. "What about you?" She was quiet for a moment. "I'll be present as Surzex's queen." "That's not what I asked." He looked at her directly. She met it, she always met direct looks, which he found consistently admirable. "What do you think about the match?" "Personally." A pause. "I think," she said carefully, "that Riser Phoenix has spent his entire existence protected by his family's political weight and his regenerative ability. And I think both of those things have convinced him that he's more capable than he actually is." She held his gaze. "I think Rias's team is better than the record suggests. And I think." Another pause. "I think the record about to be made tomorrow will be different from the one Riser is expecting." "Because of me," he said. "Because of what you've done to them in 3 weeks," she said. "I've been watching." Not intrusively. "But the ward work tells me things." She looked at the documents on his table without reading them. "Issei Hayadu has developed a stability of technique in 2 weeks that normally takes a year. Kiba's response time has improved. Kaniko's not pulling her strength the way she was." She looked back at him. "You haven't touched their training directly. But you've changed something in how they think about themselves." "What do you think I changed?" "I think," she said slowly, "that you showed them what it looks like to exist without apology for what you are. And they started doing it too." He held the quiet that settled between them. Outside, the afternoon was doing its slow, golden autumn thing. The kettle started its low whistle. "Have dinner with me," he said. "Tonight. Before the Surzex meeting." She looked at him. "That's not a request I was expecting. You've eaten 2 of my pastries. Dinner is a reasonable progression." He turned to the kettle. "I found a place that does proper Japanese cuisine. Not fusion, not modern, the old style. It's very good." She was quiet long enough that he thought she would decline. The professional apparatus of her would find a reason, something about the optics or the position or the appropriate boundaries between a Lucifer queen and an unclassified ancient entity. 45 minutes, she said. Before the Surzex meeting. 45 minutes is enough. She left. He made his tea, drank it looking out the back window at the narrow garden that had somehow acquired 2 plants he hadn't put there, and felt the specific warm quality of something going right. The restaurant was small, 12 seats, run by a woman who was 70 years old and operated her kitchen with the authority of someone who had long since stopped being interested in anyone's opinion about anything. She looked at Grayfia, looked at Naruto, looked at them together, and made a sound of personal satisfaction that she didn't explain to anyone. They sat across from each other at a table near the window. Outside, the evening was settling in, the town's lights beginning their nightly process of making everything look slightly more significant than it was. Grayfia, outside of official context, was different. Not drastically. The composure was still there, the precise economy of movement. But there was something around the edges of her that wasn't present when she was functioning in the Surzex Queen register. Something quieter. She read the menu with genuine attention, made a decision quickly, set it down. You chose this restaurant specifically, she said. Yes. Because it doesn't look like anywhere a Lucifer queen would go, so nobody will report seeing you here. Partly. He set his own menu down. Mostly because the food is actually excellent. She looked like she was deciding whether to accept that at face value. He watched her decide to. Sirs X will want to discuss your status tonight, she said. He'll be diplomatic about it. He's very good at being diplomatic. But the substance of what he wants is a position on whether you intend to remain unaffiliated. I do. He'll find that difficult. He'll manage. He looked at her. What does he want for you, Grayfia? The question landed and she sat with it for a moment, the way she sat with questions that surprised her. That's an unusual thing to ask. It's a direct thing to ask. Those are different. He rested his arms on the table. I've been watching the people around me for 4 days, 3 weeks, however we're counting now. I watch how people move through the spaces they're in. What they're oriented toward. What they're moving away from. He paused. You are one of the most capable beings I've met in a very long time. You move through your life like someone who has optimized every aspect of it for someone else's priorities. Grayfia was very still. I'm not criticizing you, he said. I'm noticing. There's a difference. Sirs X and I have a strong partnership, he said. I believe that. He trusts you completely, which is real. He relies on you, which is real. He cares about you, which I also believe is real. He looked at her steadily. I'm asking what you want. Separate from all of that. The restaurant was quiet. The 70-year-old owner moved through the kitchen in the back, the comfortable sounds of actual cooking happening. Grayfia looked at the table. Then at the window. Then at him, and there was something in her eyes that was different from every other time he'd looked into them, something without the professional filter, just briefly, just for a moment. I don't remember the last time someone asked me that, she said. I know. She stopped. How do you know? Because when I asked, you didn't have an answer ready. People who get asked what they want regularly have answers ready, even if they're vague. He sat back. You went somewhere very quiet inside yourself, like searching a room you haven't opened in a long time. The food arrived. The owner set it down with the brisk efficiency of someone who considered conversation during service a personal affront, which Naruto found suited the moment exactly. They ate. The food was, as promised, excellent, the kind that didn't announce itself, just existed in a state of quiet rightness. Grayfia ate with real attention, which he'd noticed was one of the truest things about a person, whether they were present for the food or treating it as fuel. I used to want to travel, she said, during the second course. Quietly, like something she was testing the weight of. Before everything. There were places, human places, mostly, that I wanted to see. Things I'd read about. A beat. I put it away when I became Sirs X's queen. It seemed impractical. It's not impractical. It's difficult to arrange. Most things worth having are. He watched her. You should go. At some point. Not escape, just go. There's a difference between running from something and walking towards something else. She looked at him with an expression that was extremely difficult to classify. You say things like they're very simple. Some things are simple. We make them complicated because the complicated version protects us from having to do anything about them. Another quiet. The food. The window. The evening progressing outside. You're claiming me, she said. Not accusatory. Not alarmed. More like someone reading a text carefully to make sure they're understanding the original language. Aren't you? He considered the word. I'm interested in you, he said. Specifically, genuinely, and without political agenda. Whether that becomes anything is yours to determine. He held her gaze. But yes. I know what I'm interested in when I see it. And I'm not going to pretend otherwise or couch it in safer language. Grayfia sat with that. The restaurant's quiet moved around them. You're very unusual, she said finally. You've mentioned. I mean it differently now than I meant it the first time. She looked at him, and the professional filter was down enough that what was behind it was visible, not soft, not vulnerable, but real. A real person, complicated and capable, and somewhere behind all that iron discipline, interested. I need to think, she said. Of course. This isn't a refusal. I know. He smiled. It's a serious person taking a serious thing seriously. I respect that. She almost smiled back. Almost. The corner of her mouth moved in that particular way, and then she had it contained, but he'd seen it, and that was enough. The Surzex meeting was in a traditional house in the northern district that had been quietly extraordinary in its security arrangements, ward work so sophisticated it was almost invisible, the kind of layering that required both enormous power and enormous patience to construct. Naruto moved through the outer perimeter and felt it read him and find nothing it could categorize, which he imagined was causing some interesting alert patterns somewhere. Surzex Lucifer was standing in the garden when Naruto was shown through, which was a choice, the garden rather than an interior room, an informal setting rather than a formal one. Deliberate, calculated, humanizing. Surzex was very good at this, Naruto could see immediately, the way some people are born knowing exactly how to arrange the space around them to create specific impressions. He was tall, crimson-haired, with a face built for being trusted. The power behind it was real and enormous. Lucifer rank wasn't a courtesy title, it was a description, and Surzex wore it the way genuine strength always sits, lightly, without needing to announce itself. He smiled when Naruto walked in, the warm, open smile of someone who had decided to be charming and was genuinely charming rather than just technically performing it. Grayfia stood 2 steps to his left and slightly behind, back in official posture, and she and Naruto did not look at each other except in the way two people who have agreed to not look at each other inevitably do. Naruto, Surzex said, as if they were old friends. He gestured to the garden seating. Please. They sat. Tea appeared, provided by a servant who moved so efficiently they were barely present. Surzex poured his own cup, which was another calculated informality. You're not what I expected, Surzex said. I seem to be getting that a lot, Naruto said. Surzex laughed. It was genuine, which Naruto noted. My intelligence on you is fragmentary at best. The pre-war texts are incomplete, and the annotations are contradictory. I've spent 2 weeks trying to build a profile and kept arriving at, he gestured expressively, an impression rather than a picture. What impression? Something old. Enormously powerful. Fundamentally uninterested in the things that most powerful old things are interested in. He tilted his head. Was I wrong? Not entirely. Naruto drank his tea. The powerful old things I've known that were interested in territory and subjugation were uniformly boring. I never saw the appeal. And what do you find interesting? People, Naruto said. Specifically the ones in Kuoh Town. Surzex's expression stayed warm and got more careful underneath it. Specifically my sister, he said. Rias, yes. And others. He held Surzex's gaze without any particular challenge in it. She's exceptional. I think you know that. I do. Something moved in Surzex's expression, genuine. The brother behind the Lucifer. The engagement with Riser was never my preference, he said. For what it's worth. Then why, political architecture, he said, using the same phrase Naruto had used in the park with Riser, which meant Rias had quoted him to someone who had quoted him to Surzex. A small, dense information loop. My father arranged it. My position, even as Lucifer, has practical limits when it comes to overriding established agreements between noble houses. He paused. I've been looking for a legitimate grounds for dissolution. Quietly. The rating game tomorrow gives you one, Naruto said. Surzex was quiet for a moment. If Rias wins, she'll win. You're confident? Yes. Another pause. Surzex looked at him with eyes that were doing the same rapid assessment Grayfia's had done, but differently flavored. Where Grayfia's assessment had been tactical, Surzex's was relational, reading people rather than situations. You care about her, he said. That's real, not strategic. Yes. And you're going to be in her life regardless of what I think about it. Also yes. He said it without aggression. I'm not asking permission. I'm being transparent, because transparency is more useful to both of us than maneuvering. He set his tea down. You're trying to figure out if I'm manageable. I'm not in the sense you mean. But I'm also not disruptive for its own sake. I don't want your faction's resources or your territory or your structure. I want to exist in a world that includes the people I've decided to be interested in. Surzex studied him for a long time. In the garden, something moved, a night bird, settling in one of the old trees. Grayfia was perfectly still behind him and to the left. The Kokobile situation, Surzex said, shifting. Grayfia briefed me. I know. He's been quiet for decades. If he's using your re-emergence to justify movement toward his goals, he is, Naruto said. I'm certain of it now. The probe 3 days ago was confirmation that his planning is in a late stage. He's not going to wait much longer. He looked at Surzex directly. When he moves, he's going to move toward Kuoh. Toward me. He wants a confrontation that breaks the peace agreement. And you? I'm not going to run from it. He picked up his tea again. But I'm also not going to give him the confrontation he's designed for. He's been planning this specific event for a long time. The best response to someone's perfect plan is to make it irrelevant. Surzex looked at him for another long moment. Then he said, I think I understand what the texts meant by sovereign indifference. Does it help? It helps me stop worrying about the wrong things, Surzex said. Which is useful. He stood, signaling the end of the meeting's formal portion, and held out his hand. Naruto shook it. The rating game tomorrow. I'll be observing. I'll behave myself, Naruto said. Mostly. Surzex laughed again, genuinely, and the meeting was over. The rating game took place in the constructed space that Devil Law provided for witnessed matches, a pocket dimension overlaid on a section of Kuoh, giving the geography but removing the civilians, creating an arena that looked like a town and functioned as a battlefield. The council provided the structure. Surzex and 3 other senior-rank witnesses provided the legal legitimacy. Naruto sat in the observers' gallery with Surzex and Grayfia and 2 council members whose names he hadn't bothered learning, and he watched. He watched for 40 minutes. Rias's team fought differently from the archive account he'd read. There was a quality to their movement that had changed, not just technique, though that was sharper, but the way they committed. Kiba moved through Riser's pieces with a precision that came from someone who had stopped second-guessing himself. Akino hit hard and kept hitting, no longer calibrating her output with the anxiety of someone afraid of what she was. Kaneko didn't pull. Issei wasn't in the match, he was still too new, but he was watching from the boundary, and there was something in his posture that hadn't been there 3 weeks ago. For 40 minutes, it was going well. Then Riser changed the structure. He'd been holding pieces back, Naruto had seen it from the start, the gap in Riser's formation that was too obvious not to be deliberate. At the 40-minute mark, he released the held pieces and they came from 2 directions simultaneously, and Riser himself entered the combat space, which he hadn't done in the previous match. And then one of Riser's pieces, a tall girl with steel-gray eyes who Naruto registered as Riser's most capable fighter, did something that had nothing to do with tactical efficiency. She had Kaneko cornered, which was difficult in itself and required genuine skill. And rather than simply pressing the advantage, she looked at the small white-haired girl and said something, quietly, meant for Kaneko specifically, and Kaneko went still in the way she went still when something hit the part of her that Naruto had seen on the school roof. The sister-shaped part. The wound that hadn't closed. It was deliberate. Riser had researched it. Had told his piece to find it and press it. Kaneko's energy dropped. Her physical output halved. Not from injury, from something else, something that was nothing to do with the match and everything to do with a pain that shouldn't have been brought into a fighting space at all. In the observer's gallery, Naruto stood up. "That's a violation," one of the council members said, surprised. Psychological manipulation targeting personal history is technically legal under current rating game regulations, the other council member said, with the specific discomfort of someone quoting a rule they don't like. "There's no explicit prohibition on verbal engagement during, sit down," Surzek said to Naruto. Quietly. Urgently. "No," Naruto said. He looked at the combat space below. Kaneko was back on her feet, fighting through it, which was extraordinary in itself, but she was diminished, running on grit rather than ability, and Riser's piece knew it and was pressing it. Riser himself was across the field, laughing. The specific quality of that laugh, entertainment at someone else's pain, the genuine pleasure of it, was the last thing. Naruto stepped off the gallery. He didn't fly. He didn't use any particular dramatic effect. He simply stepped off the edge and arrived in the combat space below with the same casual physics he'd used to walk past Rias's defensive formation on the first night, and he was between Kaneko and Riser's piece before the piece's next strike landed. The strike hit his forearm. He looked at his arm. Then at the piece, who had gone white. "Match suspended," Naruto said. His voice carried across the entire constructed space without effort, and everything in it stopped. Every combatant. Every piece. Riser stopped laughing. "You can't," the council observer's voice came from the gallery, strained. "I'm not a participant," Naruto said. "I'm a witness exercising intervention authority under the clause that prohibits continued combat when one party has used prohibited psychological coercion." He looked up at the gallery. "You'll find it's in the regulations. Subsection 14, Clause 3. The wording is broader than your colleague suggested." Silence. He looked at Kaneko. She was looking at him with an expression that was approximately 70% pride and 30% wanting to argue about whether she needed help, which he respected. "You good," he said. "I was handling it," she said. "I know. This isn't about whether you could handle it. It's about whether it should be handled this way." He held her gaze for a moment. "Okay." She exhaled. Nodded. He turned to face Riser across the combat space. Riser Phoenix stood with his arms at his sides and his expression stripped entirely clean of its performance. What was underneath was complicated, anger, yes, and something very much like genuine fear, but also a kind of recognition. The way a person looks when they find out the thing they've been told wasn't real is, in fact, real. "You interrupted a sanctioned match," Riser said. "There are consequences, invoke them," Naruto said. He started walking across the combat space toward Riser, unhurriedly, with his hands in his pockets. Everything in the space gave way before him, not physically, but in the way that space adjusts when something very large moves through it, the way water moves before the ship actually arrives. "Go ahead. Call the council intervention. Cite the regulation. You have no standing, subsection 14, clause 3, Naruto said again. Any senior witness present at a rating game may call a suspension if they observe conduct in breach of the ethical standards outlined in the original covenant. The ethical standards include, and I'm paraphrasing, but accurately, exploitation of personal history to induce psychological incapacitation." He stopped 10 meters from Riser. "You researched Kaneko's family situation and weaponized it. That's not tactical. That's cruel. And it's a violation. The council is going to uphold it," Naruto said. Because the regulation exists and was breached, and Surzek's Lucifer is sitting in that gallery and he knows the regulations better than anyone in this space. He tilted his head slightly. Or you can concede the match and we call this done. Riser stared at him. The fire that was his nature crackled at his skin, the phoenix energy building, regenerative, endlessly renewable, the thing that made him functionally unkillable in standard combat. It rose and Riser let it, filling the space with heat and light and the very old, very real power of something that had been burning for centuries. It was genuinely impressive. Naruto looked at it with calm, genuine interest. Don't, he said quietly. Riser released it. The fire came out in a cascade that should have been devastating, phoenix flame, full release, the kind of output that had leveled rating game records. It hit Naruto and broke around him. Not deflected. Not blocked. Just, broke, the way water breaks on a rock that has been in the river longer than the water has been a river. The combat space went absolutely silent. Riser's fire died back. His face, open now, showed something he probably hadn't felt in decades. Something that took him a moment to identify. Naruto stood where he'd stood, hands in his pockets, jacket without a mark on it, and looked at Riser Phoenix with an expression that was not triumph and not contempt. Something simpler than either of those. Something that was almost pity. The specific kind for someone who has built their entire sense of self on something that has just been shown to be insufficient. Concede, Naruto said. Again, quietly. There's still a dignified version of this for you. It closes in the next 30 seconds. Riser's jaw worked. The engagement ends with the match, Naruto said. That's all I'm asking. No other consequence. You walk out of this space, you go back to your family, and we're done. 20 seconds. Riser looked at Rias. She was standing across the combat space, her team regrouped around her, crimson hair catching the constructed space's light. She was not looking at Naruto. She was looking at Riser with the steady, level gaze of someone who had spent a long time being looked down at and was now, simply, not. 10 seconds. I concede, Riser said. It came out rough. Stripped. Real. The combat space registered it. The council witnesses registered it. Surzek, in the gallery, sat back in his chair with an expression that Grayfia, beside him, could not entirely read. Naruto nodded once. Turned. Walked back across the combat space to where Rias's team stood. Akino looked at him with wide eyes that she then deliberately narrowed. Subsection 14, Clause 3, she said. That's real. It's real. I found it in your archive. He glanced at the gallery. Surzek verified it in his head about 10 seconds after I cited it. You could see it on his face. Kaneko was looking at the ground. He didn't say anything to her, just stood close enough that the proximity said the thing that didn't need words. Rias walked to him. She stopped close, closer than the usual distance of professional conversation. She looked up at him, which required tilting her head back, and her eyes were doing that very complicated thing they did when she was feeling more than she was going to say. You didn't have to end it yourself, she said. I would have, I know you would have. He held her gaze. I didn't do it because you needed me to. I did it because he used something that wasn't his to use, and I'm not able to watch that without responding. He paused. I told you weeks ago, I'm bad at walking past certain things. She looked at him for a long moment. The engagement is over, she said. Like testing the weight of it. Yes. Because of a subsection in rating game law. And because Riser knew he had no other option, Naruto said. I gave him the version where he still has dignity. That matters, not for him, but because a Riser with nothing left to lose would be considerably less predictable. She blinked. You were managing his exit. I was managing the whole thing, he said, simply. Start to finish. Something in her face did something seismic and invisible, the way earthquakes happen miles underground before the surface knows. She said, "Thank you," and it had considerable weight to it, compressed into 2 small words. "Don't thank me yet," he said. "Surzex is about to come down from that gallery and there's going to be a political conversation. I can handle Surzex. I know." He glanced toward the gallery, where Surzex was already standing, Grayfia at his side. "So can I." The combat space began to dissolve, the constructed dimension releasing its hold on the geography and returning Kuoh Town to itself. The rating game of House Gremory vs House Phoenix concluded. The record would show a concession, no combat winner declared, match suspended under ethical violation clause, engagement dissolved by mutual agreement under protest. The record would be unusual. The rating game administrators would argue about the precedent it set for months. Naruto looked at the sky reappearing above them as the combat space faded, blue and ordinary and perfect, and he thought about Riser's fire breaking against him like water on old stone, and he thought about Kaniko's jaw setting with pride, and he thought about Rias Gremory saying thank you with 2 words that held an entire history of not having been free to say them. Somewhere across the dissolving battlefield, Grayfia caught his eye. Just for a moment. Just the one. Then she was beside Surzex, composed and professional, silver hair and grey coat, and the moment was exactly as private as it needed to be and as real as anything he'd felt in 2,000 years of being the kind of thing that felt everything very deeply and carried it very quietly. He put his hands in his pockets and waited for Surzex to arrive, and the October sky above Kuoh was very blue, and the town went back to being a town, and the day continued. Chapter 5, Silver and Stillness. The political fallout from the rating game took approximately 6 hours to arrive and approximately 3 days to fully unfold, which was faster than Rias had predicted and slower than Naruto had expected. The Phoenix House lodged a formal objection with the council within the same evening, predictable, managed, the kind of procedural noise that powerful families make when they need to be seen doing something. Surzex handled it before midnight with the particular efficiency of someone who had been looking for a legitimate reason to close this specific door for years and was not going to let the opportunity move slowly. The subsection 14 citation held. The ethical violation was documented. The engagement dissolution was ratified. By morning it was done. Rias spent the first day after in a state that looked like calm from the outside and felt, he suspected, like standing in a room where all the furniture had been removed, the same dimensions, but different in every way that mattered. He gave her space. He gave her Akino, who knew her better than anyone, and Kaniko, who showed love through proximity and snacks, and Kiba, who had the good sense to simply be available without requiring acknowledgement. He gave her 3 days, and on the 3rd day she came to his building in the late afternoon with a bottle of wine she'd produced from somewhere in the Gremory property inventory and 2 glasses she'd clearly just bought from a shop down the street because they still had the price sticker on the base of one of them. He opened the door before she knocked. She held up the bottle. "I'm celebrating," she said. "Join me or don't." "I'll join you." He stepped back from the door. They sat on the 2nd floor, the window open to the October air, the town doing its evening transition below them, and she poured both glasses with the slightly excessive care of someone who didn't normally pour their own wine. He took his and watched her settle, the way she arranged herself on the floor without self-consciousness, the formality of her Gremory house posture giving way to something more natural. "It doesn't feel the way I thought it would," she said. "What did you think it would feel like?" "Bigger." She looked at her glass. "I spent 2 years dreading that engagement. 2 years with it sitting in my future like a wall. And now it's gone and it just feels like," she searched for it, "Tuesday." "That's usually how it goes," he said. "The dread is always bigger than the release. The dread has time to grow. The release just happens." She drank. He drank. The wine was good, she hadn't skimped, which he appreciated. "Riser won't leave it entirely alone," she said. "He'll find something. Some other avenue. Probably. But he'll be more careful now. He knows the subsection exists and that I'll use it." He paused. And he knows what his fire does when it hits something it can't burn. She looked at him sideways. What does your fire do? Or whatever the equivalent is. I don't have fire specifically. He considered how to explain it. Think of it more like, the thing that was here before fire had a name. Before any of it had names. That's not a satisfying answer. No, he agreed. But it's the accurate one. He looked at the window. The ward work in this town goes down about 40 meters before it hits the containment structure. Below that is just old. The kind of old that doesn't have a classification in your current system. That's closer to what I am than fire. She was quiet for a moment, turning that over. Does it bother you? That we contained you. Your grandmother contained me. You didn't. He looked at her. And no. What bothers me isn't the containment. I understand why someone would be frightened enough to attempt it. What I want to understand is who frightened them into doing it. That's a different question. Shemhazi, she said. He's part of it. Probably the architect. He rolled the wine glass slowly between his palms. There's a name I haven't found yet. Someone closer to the devil side of it. The containment architecture required a devil to anchor it. Shemhazi couldn't have done it alone, across factional lines. Rias was very still. A Gremory. Or someone working through the Gremory house. The signature is there, but it's not specific enough to give me a name. He looked at her steadily. I'm not going to ask you to investigate your own family history on my behalf. I'll do it anyway, she said. Immediate. No deliberation. Whatever it was, whatever they did, if there's a name in our records, I'll find it. She met his gaze with the particular quality she had when she made decisions, the one that was simultaneously Rias the person and Rias the Gremory heir, both of them in agreement. You woke up under my territory. You've been decent to my people. You ended my engagement. A beat. The least I can do is tell you who put you in the ground. He looked at her for a moment. You know, he said, you were the first person in this town who looked me in the eye. When? That night in the alley. When you arrived and your peerage was in perimeter formation and you walked straight to the center of it and looked at me. He shook his head slightly, remembering it. Everyone else was reading the threat level. You were just looking. Something happened in her expression. Warm, slightly uncomfortable with being seen, which was interesting for someone with her natural command presence. You were eating convenience store noodles on a curb, she said. It was hard to feel appropriately threatened. He laughed, and she laughed too, and it was the first completely unguarded sound he'd heard from her, and the October air came through the window and moved through the room and the town's lights were coming on below them one by one. The conversation he'd been postponing with Surzex happened on the fourth day after the match, in the same Northern District house, but different in atmosphere, no formal tea service, no calculated garden setting. Surzex was in a study this time, shirt sleeves rather than his usual immaculate presentation, a stack of documents beside him that he pushed aside when Naruto arrived. Grayfia was there, official and composed, standing near the window. She and Naruto exchanged a look that said precisely nothing and communicated considerable volume. Sit, Surzex said. Please. I've been standing all day. They sat, Naruto across from Surzex at the desk, Grayfia remaining at the window. The room had the lived-in quality of a space someone actually worked in, which Naruto found he preferred to the formal arrangements. The Phoenix house is appealing to the full council, Surzex said, without preamble. They want you officially categorized and, ideally, sanctioned for interference in a sanctioned match. The subsection is valid and will hold. I know. Surzex rubbed his face briefly, a very human gesture that sat oddly on a Lucifer. But the categorization question is one I can't make go away. The council wants to know what you are. Not out of hostility. The faction structure requires that every significant supernatural entity operating within devil-administered territory has a registered status. He looked at Naruto directly. What do I tell them? Tell them I'm an independent entity of pre-war origin, operating without factional affiliation, with a territorial presence in Kuoh Town by ongoing agreement with House Gremory. Naruto said it easily. That's accurate and gives them a classification container even if it's a new one. Surzex processed this. A new classification. Independent pre-war entity. I doubt I'm the only thing in the world that would fit it. I'm just the most visible one currently. The council won't love that. The council will manage. He met Surzex's gaze. You can make that happen. You're Lucifer, you have the authority to establish new classification categories. You've done it before for less significant cases. He paused. This gives you a framework for managing me that isn't subordination and isn't conflict. That's actually the best outcome for you. Surzex studied him with those readable, intelligent eyes. You've been thinking about my political situation. I think about everyone's political situation. It helps me navigate. Most beings with your level of power don't bother navigating, Surzex said. They just move. And the politics adjusts around them. That's efficient and creates enormous downstream problems, Naruto said. I've been alive long enough to watch that approach play out. The mess is always worse than the navigation cost. He leaned back. I'm not going to be a problem for your structure, Surzex. But I'm also not going to disappear, and I'm not going to pretend I'm something smaller than I am for administrative convenience. A long pause. Surzex looked at the documents beside him, then at the ceiling, then at Naruto with the expression of someone who has run a calculation and arrived at a number they weren't expecting. Rias, he said. Yes. She's your yes. Surzex exhaled. She's my sister, he said, with a weight to it that wasn't political. Just a brother, the real person behind the title. She's been trapped in that engagement for 2 years. She's been, he stopped himself. She's happy. Since you arrived. Not performed happy, actually happy. She argues with me differently. She has opinions again. A pause. She always had opinions. But they went somewhere quiet for a while. She's exceptional, Naruto said. I think you know how exceptional. But it's possible to know a thing intellectually and still be too close to it to see it fully. I'm too close to most things that matter to me, Surzex said, with a self-awareness that Naruto respected. It's a consistent problem. He looked at the window where Grayfia was standing. Something passed between them, the particular frequency of people who have known each other for a very long time, fluent in each other's silences. Then Surzex looked back at Naruto, and there was something new in his face. Harder. More honest. And Grayfia, he said. The room changed temperature slightly. Yes, Naruto said. Surzex was quiet for a moment that had considerable weight in it. She's my queen, he said. My partner. She's been, he found the words carefully, the most constant thing in my life for a very long time. I know. What you're suggesting, what you're doing, with her, I'm being honest with her, Naruto said. That's all. I told her what I see when I look at her and I told her what I want and I told her the rest is hers to determine. He held Surzex's gaze without apology. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to be diplomatic about it. What I feel is real and it's been real since the first time I met her. Surzex's jaw tightened. She's my wife. She's a person, Naruto said. Quietly, without challenge, but with complete clarity. She's a person who has been so thoroughly oriented around your priorities and your needs for so long that when I asked her what she wanted for herself she had to search for the answer like it was in a room she hadn't opened in years. He paused. I'm not asking you to step aside. I'm not asking for anything. But I'm also not going to pretend I don't see what I see. The room was very still. Grayfia, at the window, had not moved. But her hands, which were normally folded with precise composure, had shifted, one hand holding the other, not folded so much as held, the way you hold something to keep it still. Surzek looked at her. A long, real look, the kind that goes past the surface of a familiar face and tries to find what's underneath. Then he looked at the desk. At his hands. At nothing in particular. She deserves to be happy, he said finally. It came out rough. True. Whatever that looks like. He looked up. That doesn't mean this isn't difficult. I know it is, Naruto said. I'm not asking you to make it easy. I'm asking you to let it be honest. Another silence. Longer. The studies clock moved through it. The independent entity classification, Surzek said, returning to administrative ground with the relief of someone stepping onto solid surface after uncertain terrain. I'll establish it. It'll take a week to formalize, but I can implement it provisionally by tomorrow. Thank you. Don't thank me. It's political pragmatism. But there was something else in his voice beneath the pragmatism. Something that was trying to be gracious about a thing that was genuinely difficult, and managing it because he was, underneath all the power and the title, a person who was trying to be decent. Naruto stood. They shook hands. He nodded to Grayfia, she nodded back, officially, correctly, and he left the study, and on the stairs down he heard the sound of Surzek saying her name, just her name, and then the low murmur of two people having a conversation that had been waiting to be had for a very long time. He walked back through the northern district into the evening, and the town moved around him, and he felt the weight of the day and was glad of it. She came to him 3 days later. Not to the building, to the park. The duck pond one, where they'd first actually spoken. He was there in the early morning when the light was still deciding what it wanted to be, sitting on the bench, and she arrived without announcement. He felt her in the ward work 10 minutes before she got there, moving through the town's early morning quiet with that particular precision that was entirely her own. She sat on the other end of the bench. The ducks were doing their morning business. A few early joggers passed on the path. The light moved across the pond's surface in the way it only does when the air is very still. Surzek and I talked, she said. I know. For a long time. She looked at the pond. We've been talking for 3 days. A pause. We should have been talking for much longer than 3 days. We should have been talking for years. Her voice was controlled, but not the trained control of her professional register. This was the control of someone feeling something significant and allowing themselves to feel it without being consumed by it. We've been very good at being together without being entirely honest with each other. I think we both knew it. We just agreed, without saying so, not to look at it. He waited. He's not a bad man, she said. He's genuinely good. He loves me genuinely. I want you to know I believe that, because it's true and because it matters for what comes next. She looked at him then, the full weight of those gray eyes, the professional filter genuinely down now in a way it had only been down in fragments before. What I've been is, comfortable. And safe. And useful. And none of those things are bad things. But somewhere in them I stopped expecting anything from myself. I stopped thinking of myself as someone whose wants were relevant. And now, he asked. Now someone told me they were relevant. She looked at him with an expression that was careful and real and complicated in the way that anything genuinely true is complicated. You said you were interested in me. Genuinely, without agenda. I am. I need you to understand what that means for me to hear, she said. I'm not. This is not something I process quickly. I'm not someone who moves quickly toward anything. I know. He turned slightly toward her on the bench. Grayfia. I'm not asking you to move quickly toward anything. I've been asleep for 2,000 years. My relationship with urgency is complicated. She almost smiled. Almost. I'm asking you to let yourself want something. That's all. Start there. She looked at the pond for a long time. One of the ducks made an opinionated sound about something. The travel, she said finally. That I mentioned. That I put away. Yes. There's a place. In the far north of Japan. I read about it when I was young, before everything. Somewhere with a specific quality of winter light that the text described in a way I never forgot. She paused. I've never gone. You should go, he said. Maybe. She looked at him. Maybe you'd, she stopped. Reconsidered the sentence. Maybe I'll go this winter. Tell me how it is, he said. When you get back. She studied him. Reading him, the way she read everything, carefully, thoroughly, looking for the space between what was said and what was meant. Finding them the same. You're very patient, she said. I've had practice. 2,000 years of it. Not exactly. But enough. He held her gaze. I'm not going anywhere, Grayfia. I woke up under this town and I chose to stay in it. That's not a temporary position. She sat with that. The morning light moved. The joggers passed. The ducks reached a consensus about something and swam in a purposeful collective direction. I want things, she said. Quietly. Testing the sentence's weight. I'm remembering what that feels like. She looked at her hands in her lap. It's frightening. Wanting things is always frightening, he said. It means you have something to lose. Is it frightening for you? Yes. He said it without hesitation. Absolutely. I've been in this town for less than a month and I've already got people I'd move mountains for. He glanced at her. That's a very specific kind of frightening that I happen to think is worth it. She looked at him, and for a long moment her face was simply open, no performance, no filter, no management of impression. Just her face. And it was, he thought, one of the most remarkable faces he'd ever seen, because the intelligence in it was matched by something else, something that her professional register kept carefully contained, a warmth that was real and deep and had been running without outlet for a very long time. Okay, she said. Okay. I'm letting myself want things. She said it like a decision being made out loud, a thing being committed to. Starting today. She paused. Don't make me regret saying that. I won't, he said. I promise. She stood. Straightened her coat. Looked at him with something that was almost, something that was exactly, the beginning of something real. I have a council briefing in 2 hours, she said. Go. She turned to leave. Stopped after 2 steps. The pastry shop near the park, she said, without turning around. Is it open in the mornings? By 6. They have a red bean paste one that is the best. Yes. The corner of her mouth moved. I know. She walked away through the park, and the morning went with her in the particular way that mornings go when they've held something significant. He sat on the bench for a while longer, watching the ducks. The probe came back that night. Not subtle this time. Not the quick, surgical touch of someone confirming a target. This was sustained, a presence pressing against the territory's northwest border with the specific quality of someone who was no longer hiding that they were there. It stayed for 8 minutes, which was long enough to be a message. Naruto read the direction from his building's window, traced the signature, and confirmed what he already knew. Kokabile. Not scouting anymore. Positioning. The kind of presence assertion that a general makes when they're establishing forward operations, letting the target know the perimeter has been defined, that the next move is coming, that the planning phase is over. He felt the ward work register it, felt Rias's territory response system activating across town, felt Akino's energy spike in response, felt the whole defensive network of Kuoh's supernatural infrastructure tightening with the particular alertness of systems that have detected something they're not sure how to classify. He went downstairs, stepped outside, and looked northwest. The night was clear, cold in the way October nights get when autumn has stopped being polite about it. He stood on the empty street in front of his building and let his own presence move outward, not aggressively, not as an answer to the probe. Just clearly. An acknowledgement. I know you're there. I know what you are. I know what you're doing. The probe held for another 30 seconds. Then it withdrew. Not scared. Not driven off. Just, noted the response and retreated to process it. He went back inside and sent a message through the wordwork to Rias and Aquino simultaneously, the communication channel he'd integrated with their network, the one where he could knock without handing over a key. 3 words, which was enough. Kokobile is moving. Rias's response came within 2 minutes. Brief, sharp, competent, clubroom. 30 minutes. He arrived in 25 to find all of them already there, Rias at her desk, Aquino at the window, Kiba and Kaneko in their usual positions, Issei sitting on the couch with his hands on his knees and the alert posture of someone who has been training for something and is suddenly aware that something might be real. He stood in the center of the room and told them what he knew. Everything, Shemhazai, the probe history, tonight's positioning, the timeline his instincts were giving him. He was direct and complete and gave them nothing softened. How long? Rias asked, when he finished. Days, he said. Not weeks. He's past the planning phase. Tonight's probe was, a flexing. He wanted me to feel him. He's ready. What does he want? Kiba asked. He wants a confrontation that breaks the peace treaty, Naruto said. A fallen angel general acting openly against a devil-administered territory, combined with my response, he thinks the combination forces the 3 factions to react in ways that shatter the current structure. He paused. He's been building toward a new war for decades. My waking up gave him what he needed to justify the first move. He thinks you'll escalate, Aquino said. He thinks I'll be angry. Ancient being waking up, finding out he was sealed, and here's a fallen angel general to focus that anger at. Naruto shook his head. His model of what I am is wrong. He's thought about me as a weapon, something that generates force and can be aimed. He spent so long looking for a way to use my existence that he never considered I might not be usable. What do you do about something that can't be talked down and won't stop? Rias asked. Practical, direct, no softening. I handle it, he said. Not escalation, handling. There's a version of this where Kokobile's operation gets taken apart so cleanly that there's nothing left to justify a factional response. He looked at her steadily. I need you to trust me on the approach. When it happens, follow my lead on the pacing. She held his gaze for a moment. Then, done. I need Kaneko to tell me everything she knows about her sister's current location. He looked at the white-haired girl gently but directly. I know that's difficult. Kaneko's jaw was set. My sister is operating out of the Northwest District. She's been there for 2 weeks. She said it flatly, with great deliberateness, like someone pressing carefully on something that hurts. She'll be part of whatever Kokobile deploys. I know. He held her gaze. I won't hurt her unless I have to. And I'll try very hard not to have to. She looked at him for a long moment with those flat, serious eyes. Okay, she said. The same weight he'd heard in Grayfia's voice on the bench that morning. A real decision being made. He nodded. Everyone rest tonight. Not because we have the luxury, because rested people make better decisions, and the decisions in the next few days are going to matter. He moved toward the door. I'll monitor the northwest border. If anything moves before morning, you'll feel it in the ward work. Naruto, Rias said, as he reached the door. He turned. She was sitting at her desk with her hands folded and her expression doing that thing it did when she was feeling more than she was going to say, but less than she was going to feel. Be careful, she said. He looked at her for a moment. I'm always careful. You walked into a raiding game combat space and stood in front of Phoenix Flame, she said. That was very careful, he said. I was standing in exactly the right place. He held her gaze. I'll be here in the morning. She held it back. Good. He went out into the Kuoh night, and the ward work moved around him, and the Northwest District sat dark and quiet and full of something that was about to stop being quiet, and the moon over Kuoh Town was bright enough to cast real shadows. He walked northwest. Not to confront anything tonight. Just to look. To stand at the edge of what was coming and take its full measure, the way you look at a storm on the horizon, not with fear, because fear wasn't useful, and not with excitement, because that was careless, but with the clear, present, entirely honest attention of someone who intends to be exactly what the situation requires and has a very good idea of what that is. The wind came off the hills and moved through the town around him, and somewhere in the Northwest District something old and patient and badly mistaken about what it had woken up felt him standing there and knew, for the first time, the small unwelcome shape of genuine uncertainty. Good. Naruto put his hands in his pockets and looked at the dark district and let it look back at him. Chapter 6, Kokabeel's Theorem. It came on a Thursday. Not at night, that was the first thing that was wrong with Kokabeel's plan, from Naruto's perspective. Night attacks made sense for beings that operated through concealment. Kokabeel didn't conceal. He announced. He came in the mid-afternoon when the sky was blue and the town was alive and every civilian on every street would see what happened and understand that something fundamental had changed about the world they thought they lived in. That was the point. That had always been the point. Naruto was at the ramen shop when the wardwork cracked open. Not a probe this time. The entire northwestern border of Kuoh's territorial structure fractured simultaneously, 7 points going dark in the span of 4 seconds, and through those 7 points came the kind of force that didn't bother being subtle because it had decided subtlety was no longer relevant. He felt at the same moment Rias did, felt her defensive network spike across town, felt Akino's power bloom in response, felt the whole supernatural architecture of Kuoh inhale sharply. He set his chopsticks down, left money on the counter, and walked outside. The sky to the northwest had changed. Not dramatically, not cinematic dark clouds or unnatural lightning. Something more honest than that, and therefore worse. A quality of pressure, visible the way humidity is visible, the air carrying the specific weight of enormous power moving through it without consideration for what the air preferred. He started walking northwest and was running within 3 steps and airborne within 5, moving through the sky above Kuoh at a speed that left no sonic disruption because he chose not to leave one. Civilian protection. The town looked ordinary from above, and he intended to keep it looking that way as long as possible. The Northwest District resolved below him in seconds. Kokabeel had brought 8 of his fallen angels. Not his full force, calculated, that. Enough to fracture the territorial wardwork and establish a perimeter. Enough to signal serious intent without committing everything. He was holding reserves, which meant this was a provocation stage, not a final assault. He wanted a response. He was building the conditions for a response. And in the center of it all, standing on the roof of the largest building in the district with his black wings spread and his arms loose at his sides, was Kokabeel himself. Naruto had not seen him before, not in this life, not that he could retrieve from memory. But he recognized the type instantly and completely. A certain kind of ancient being wore their power the way expensive clothes wear a person, completely, from the inside out, so thoroughly that the power and the person had become functionally indistinguishable. Kokabeel was tall and dark-haired and beautiful the way certain dangerous things are beautiful, with eyes that had been sharp for so long the sharpness had become their natural resting state. He was also, Naruto noted as he descended, smiling. Not the smile of someone who had won something. The smile of someone who had finally, after a very long wait, gotten to begin. Naruto landed on the street below the building. He didn't go to the rooftop. He stood on the ground and looked up and waited. Kokabeel descended. Took his time about it, which was its own kind of statement. He landed 10 meters away with the controlled ease of someone who had been landing dramatically for millennia and had it perfected, and he looked at Naruto with those sharp, ancient eyes, and the smile stayed exactly where it was. "I've been waiting for this," he said. His voice had the particular resonance of something that had been speaking in many registers for a very long time and could choose any of them. He'd chosen the one that sounded like genuine, unperformed satisfaction. "Since before you went under, actually. I was younger then. Less certain." He tilted his head. "You're smaller than I expected." "Most things are," Naruto said. Kokubio looked at him with the eyes doing what they did, assessing, layering, reading. "You don't seem angry," he said, as if this were interesting data. "I'm not. You should be. Someone sealed you for 2,000 years. Erased your name from the active records. Let the world forget you existed." He spread his hands. "That's a significant injury." "It is," Naruto agreed. "I'm handling it. By integrating into a devil house's territory and eating at local restaurants." Kokubio said it without mockery, which was the interesting choice. He wasn't performing contempt. He was genuinely curious, the way a scientist is curious when a result contradicts the hypothesis. "I watched you for weeks. I expected something ancient and furious. Something that would need direction. A pause. Something that could be aimed. I know. You knew my plan. The broad shape of it." Naruto looked at the 8 fallen angels positioned at the district's perimeter. He could feel Rias's team somewhere behind him. They'd arrived while he was watching Kokubio descend, holding position, following his lead on pacing as promised. He could also feel something else, a presence among Kokubio's people that had a different quality, familiar in the way that things Kaneko had described were familiar. "Your plan was built on a wrong premise. That you'd be weaponizable," Kokubio said. "That I'd be angry enough to become an incident." Naruto put his hands in his pockets. "You needed the storm without shore to appear over a devil-administered territory in open conflict with a fallen angel general. The optics of that, ancient pre-war entity, factional fallen angel, destroyed peace accord, would give you the incident that justifies escalation." Kokubio studied him. "And you're not going to give me that?" "No. Even though I've fractured the wardwork over a civilian town. Even though I've positioned 8 of my best soldiers in a perimeter that makes this district functionally a war zone." He looked at Naruto with those calculating eyes. "Even though my operative has already made contact with Kaneko Tuju's sister." A beat. Naruto looked across the district to where the fallen angel presence he'd noted was positioned, and found her. Kuroka. He'd built a picture of her from Kaneko's careful, painful descriptions. A Nikomata of extraordinary power, operational in Kokubio's structure, and currently standing at the far end of the district with her focus directed inward toward the spot where Kaneko was holding position with Rias's team. "Kokubio," Naruto said. His voice hadn't changed registers. Still the same easy, conversational tone. "Call your people back from the perimeter. And if I don't? Then I'll do it for you, and the manner in which I do it will be considerably less comfortable for them." He looked at the fallen angel general with complete, quiet directness. "I'm offering you a clean version of this. Your forces withdraw. You and I have a conversation. The wardwork gets repaired. Kuoh goes back to being a town." He paused. "The alternative is Messier for everyone." Kokubio was quiet for a moment. The smile had done something, shifted, become something more genuine and therefore harder to read. He was processing, and the processing was real, not performed. He had not expected this version of the conversation and he was honest enough with himself to admit it. "You're not going to fight me," he said. "Even now." "I didn't say that." Naruto looked at him levelly. "I said I was offering you a clean version. Whether I fight you isn't contingent on what you do next. It's contingent on whether you give me a reason." He paused. "You haven't, yet. You fractured some ward work. That's reparable. Your people are standing in a perimeter. That's withdrawable. He tilted his head. Are you going to give me a reason? The district was very quiet. 8 fallen angels on the perimeter, all of them watching, all of them holding the particular stillness of people waiting for a signal from their commanding officer. Rias's team behind Naruto, Kaneko among them, holding. Kokobio looked at him with those ancient, sharp eyes. And then he did something that surprised Naruto, genuinely. He laughed. Not bitter, not performed. A real sound, the laugh of someone who has encountered something they find genuinely delightful even if it's ruining their plan. Shemhazai told me you were ungovernable, he said. He meant it as a warning. I thought I'd found a way around it. He looked at Naruto with an expression that had settled into something more honest than anything he'd worn since arriving. You know about Shemhazai. I know he was involved in my sealing. I know you were his operational commander. Naruto held his gaze. I know you've been holding this plan for decades, waiting for the right catalyst, and I know that my waking up looked like that catalyst. He paused. I want to understand why you want a war. Because the peace is a stalemate, Kokobio said. Simply, directly, the ideology dropping all its performance and becoming what it actually was, a genuine belief, held by someone who had thought about it for a very long time. The 3-faction system has been deteriorating for centuries. It holds because none of the 3 sides have the will to move first, not because any of them genuinely believe it's working. I've watched it calcify. His voice had a fervor in it that wasn't raving, it was the specific, dangerous fervor of someone who has convinced themselves. A war fought now, on terms that can be controlled, is better than the collapse that comes when the stalemate finally gives out without anyone managing the fall. And you'd manage the war, Naruto said. Someone has to. And the cost? To the people who live inside the system you want to break. Acceptable in the long calculation. Naruto looked at him for a long moment. That's the problem, he said. Not your diagnosis, the diagnosis is partially right. The 3-faction system is stressed and has been for a long time. You're correct about that. He paused. It's the solution. The moment you decide that other people's lives are acceptable cost in your long calculation, you've already lost the thread of why any of this matters. He said it without anger. Just, clearly. The war you want to start will cost the exact people you're claiming to think about in the long term. And you've categorized that as acceptable because categorizing it as acceptable is the only way to keep moving toward what you want. Kokobio was very still. I know that feeling, Naruto said. I'm old enough to have been in its territory. The certainty that your calculation is correct and everyone who hasn't done the math yet is simply behind. He looked at the ancient fallen angel general across 10 meters of broken district air. The math is always wrong, Kokobio. Not because the numbers are wrong, because people aren't numbers. A silence that had real weight. The 8 perimeter soldiers were watching their general now, not the street. The shift in attention was itself a kind of answer about what they were feeling. You're not what I needed you to be, Kokobio said. He said it with something that was almost respect. I needed something that could be made to act. You're something that chooses to act or not, and the choice doesn't depend on me. Never has, Naruto said. Kokobio looked at the sky. At his people on the perimeter. At the fractured wardwork with the visual quality of broken glass across the district. At Naruto, finally, directly. And if I don't withdraw, he said. What happens? I'll take your perimeter apart, Naruto said. Starting with the corners and working inward. Your 8 people will be handled quickly enough that none of them get seriously hurt, which I'm offering as a courtesy to the fact that they're following orders they believe in. Then I'll repair the wardwork. Then I'll sit down and wait for you to decide what you want to do next. He paused. And if your next move is Kuroka going for Kaneko, that's already in motion, Kokobio said. Not as a threat. As information. Naruto turned his head. Across the district, Kuroka had moved. Not toward Kaneko directly, toward the position of Rias's team, a sweeping pressure of Nikomata power that was enormous and unsubtle and designed to scatter rather than destroy. A disruption move. Separating the pieces. And among those pieces, Kaneko had stepped forward to meet her sister. He'd known this moment was coming. He'd told Kaneko he wouldn't hurt Kuroka unless he had to. He'd meant it. He looked at the two figures across the district, small, white-haired Kaneko, and the taller, darker form of her sister, and made a calculation of his own. He let it happen. Not because he was indifferent. Because Kaneko needed this, in a way that mattered more than tactical efficiency. Some things had to be faced before they could be moved past, and the relationship between those two sisters was exactly that kind of thing. He watched, and kept his awareness on it, and held the readiness to move if it crossed a line, and trusted Kaneko with the rest. He turned back to Kokabile. "This is where your plan ends," he said. "Whether you withdraw or I dismantle the perimeter, this ends today. You're not getting your incident." He held the general's gaze. "What I'd like instead is the full accounting of my ceiling. You were operational commander. You know the names I don't." Kokabile looked at him with those ancient, calculating eyes. "Running the calculation. Being honest with it. You're not going to give me what I want," he said. "No. And there's nothing I can do about that." "No." Naruto said it without gloating. "Just the clean fact of it. I told you when I landed. I was offering you a clean version. The offer is still open." Another silence. The district held its breath. Then Kokabile raised his hand. The signal went to his perimeter. The 8 fallen angels shifted, not attacking, not withdrawing, but changing posture. Moving from perimeter hold to something looser, not committed in either direction. Waiting for clarification. Kokabile looked at Naruto with an expression that was difficult to classify because it contained too many real things at once: anger, respect, frustration, and somewhere under all of it, the specific exhaustion of someone who has been carrying a belief for a very long time and just felt it crack. Not break. Crack. There was a difference. Shemhazai's name was the public one, Kokabile said. He organized it. He wanted you removed because you were the one entity that could have stopped the war from happening and refused to be recruited to either side. He paused. The devil anchor, the one who put the Gremory signature in the containment architecture, was not a Gremory. Naruto went still. It was someone working through a Gremory proxy. Using the family's connection to the territory as a structural anchor without the Gremory head's full knowledge. Kokabile's voice was measured, direct, delivering information with the precision of someone who had kept it a long time and was calculating the effect of releasing it now. The name was Agars. House Agars. A devil family with extensive connections to the pre-war intelligence apparatus. The name dropped into the conversation like a stone into water. "Why are you telling me this?" Naruto asked. "Because you're going to find it anyway," Kokabile said. "And because," he stopped. "Worked through something. Because you're right that my plan was built on a wrong premise. That doesn't mean the problem I identified is wrong. It means my solution was." He looked at the fractured wardwork, the broken district, the afternoon sky above it all. "I've been in this position for a very long time. Convinced of the diagnosis, committed to the solution, unwilling to let anyone else's perspective interfere with the calculation." He looked at Naruto. "You disrupted that. What are you going to do with the disruption?" "I don't know yet." He said it honestly, which was the most interesting thing he'd done all day. "I need to think." He looked at his perimeter. "I'll withdraw. Today. The wardwork damage is mine to answer for. I'll send a formal acknowledgement to the Lucifer administration. Let the political process handle it. They'll sanction you. I know." He said it with the specific equanimity of someone who has made peace with a consequence. "The sanctions are survivable. The alternative, pushing forward on a plan that was built on a wrong premise, that isn't. He held Naruto's gaze for one final moment. You're not what I needed you to be. But you might be what this situation actually requires. He spread his wings. Think about that. He rose. His 8 soldiers shifted. The perimeter began to dissolve, the pressure coming off the wardwork's broken points as the fallen angels withdrew from their positions one by one. Naruto watched them go. Across the district, the dynamic between Kaneko and Kuroka was still happening. He turned and walked toward it. By the time he arrived, it was past its worst moment. He could read it in the physical distance between them. They'd been close, something intense and real had moved through the space between them, and now Kuroka was standing back with an expression that was difficult to read and Kaneko was standing with the posture of someone who has just said something that cost a great deal and was not sorry they'd said it. Kuroka looked at Naruto when he arrived. She was extraordinary, in the pure power sense. The archive descriptions hadn't quite managed it. But there was something else in her face, underneath the composure, that he recognized from the moment with Kaneko on the school roof. You're him, she said. The thing Kokabeel woke up. Woke up is generous, he said. I woke myself up. He just moved up the timeline. He looked at her steadily. Your sister told me you believe in what Kokabeel is doing. Believed, Kuroka said. The past tense was careful, deliberate, freshly chosen. She glanced at Kaneko. Some things look different depending on what you're comparing them to. She's been comparing, Kaneko said, without looking at her sister. The word had weight in it, not forgiveness, not quite, but something adjacent to it. Something that hadn't been there on the school roof. Kuroka looked at Naruto with those ancient Nikomata eyes. Kokabeel is withdrawing. Yes. His plan failed. Yes. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, what happens to me? That depends on what you do next, he said. You're not sanctioned yet, you weren't part of the official perimeter operation, you were an independent contractor. That gives you a window. He paused. What you do with the window is yours to decide. She looked at her sister again. Something passed between them, the dense, painful, complicated communication of two people who have hurt each other and are now standing in the rubble of that and trying to find the first thing to say. He stepped back, giving them the space it required, and turned toward where Rias's team was regrouping. Rias came to him immediately, which he noted with a warmth he didn't perform. She stopped in front of him, read his face with those sharp eyes, made her assessment in about 2 seconds. Kokabeel is gone, she said. Withdrawing. Sending formal acknowledgement of wardwork damage to Surzex. You talked him down. I talked with him, he said. There's a difference. He looked at the fractured wardwork around them, the 7 broken points in the territorial structure hanging open like unlocked doors. The district needs repair. Can Aquino start on the northeastern points while I handle the primary fracture? Aquino, Rias said, and Aquino was already moving before the name finished, which was one of the many things he respected about her. He walked to the largest fracture point, the primary breach where Kokabeel's entry had been most concentrated, and put his hand against the edge of it. The wardwork was devil pattern at its modern layer, but beneath that were the older architectures, the centuries-deep foundations. He worked from the bottom up, which was slower but more permanent, the repair taking the shape of what had been there originally rather than a patch. It took 20 minutes. When he stepped back, the fracture was sealed, and not just sealed, reinforced, the structural integrity of the primary breach point better than it had been before Kokabeel arrived. Rias watched the whole process from a few meters away, her arms folded, her expression thoughtful. You repaired it stronger than it was, she said. While I was in there anyway. He looked at the restored wardwork with a craftsman's satisfaction. The original construction had a weakness at the load-bearing intersection. Kokabeel found it because that's exactly where he hit. He was here before. Studying the wardwork. Yes. Weeks of study. He looked at her. He's thorough. And he's genuinely smart. And he's been wrong about a very specific and important thing for a very long time, and today was the first day he started to realize it. He paused. That makes him either less dangerous or more unpredictable, depending on what he does with the realization. Which do you think? He considered it honestly. Less dangerous. Kokabeel's a true believer, not a nihilist. True believers can be reasoned with when the belief starts breaking. Nihilists can't. He looked at the sky above the district, ordinary again, October blue. He gave me something. Agars, she said. She'd heard. Of course she'd heard. House Agars. You know them. Old family. Old connections to the pre-war period. They've been low profile for centuries, the kind of family that operates in the background of everything and is never quite the center of anything. She was looking at the distance with the expression of someone connecting dots that had been visible individually but not as a pattern. My grandmother built the containment architecture 200 years ago over your ceiling. If House Agars was working through a Gremory proxy, they might have been working through your grandmother specifically, he said. Not necessarily with her full knowledge. Or with it. She said it flatly, without flinching. I need to look at the family records from that period. All of them. She looked at him. I want to know. So do I, he said. But not today. He looked at her, at the tension she was carrying, the lines of it in her shoulders. Today we repaired the district, managed a fallen angel general, and kept Kuoh standing. That's enough for one Thursday. She looked at him for a moment, then exhaled something she'd been holding. Kaneko, she said. How is she? Complicated, he said. Better than she was. The conversation happened. That's the most important thing, it happened, and she survived it, and now she has something to build on that she didn't have this morning. Rias nodded. The relief on her face was real, the care of a person who is genuinely responsible for her people in the truest sense of responsible, not just legally, not just hierarchically, but personally. He had always found that particular quality moving in people. The ones who actually felt the weight of who they were accountable to. Come back to the clubroom, she said. All of us. I want everyone in the same room. He fell in beside her as she turned back toward the school, and the rest of her team gathered around them, and Kaneko walked with Rias and was quiet but present, and Kuroka was gone when he looked back at where she'd been, which was probably the best possible outcome for today. The district sat repaired and reinforced behind them. The afternoon light was going gold, the way it did in October when the day was tipping toward evening, and the ramen shop 2 streets over had its lights on and was beginning the dinner service, and a cat that may or may not have been the same cat from the first night was sitting on a wall at the corner and watching them pass with the profound indifference of something that had seen stranger things than this and had made peace with the frequency. In the clubroom, Akino made tea. Issei asked 11 questions and was told to ask them one at a time. Kiba looked at the wardwork Naruto had repaired via his connection to the network and said, with his customary understatement, that it was quite good work. Kaneko sat in her corner and ate a biscuit with the focused attention of someone for whom eating a biscuit is, at this particular moment, exactly the right thing to do. Rias sat at her desk and looked at her team and then at Naruto, and something in that look had the quality of a ledger being checked and finding the balance exactly right. He sat in his chair. Drank his tea. Listened to the room's particular frequency, the sound of a group of people who had just been through something real and were processing it in their individual and collective ways, all of it overlapping, all of it alive. His phone, which he'd acquired in week 2, received a message. He looked at it. The number wasn't saved but the message was 2 lines. The north of Japan in winter. The light there. You said to tell you. I'm going next week. He looked at it for a moment, then at the window, then at the evening settling over Kuoh Town. He typed back 2 words. Good. Go. The response came in 30 seconds. Not words. Just a single image, a photograph of the far north, winter, the specific quality of light that a text had described to a young woman who had read it and never forgotten it and had carried it in a room she hadn't opened for a very long time. He looked at the photograph. Set the phone down. Picked up his tea. Across the table, Rias was watching him with the look she'd been developing over the past weeks, the one that saw more than it showed. He met it. She looked away first, but she was almost smiling when she did. The ward work ran its patterns around them. The district sat repaired and reinforced. The name Agars was in the air between him and Rias like a question that had found its final shape and was now simply waiting for the investigation that would give it an answer. And somewhere over Japan, moving north on a train toward winter light, a woman with silver hair sat with her hands folded in her lap and looked out a window and felt, quietly and with considerable unfamiliarity, something that was simply and entirely her own. Chapter 7, What Gods Remember. The Agars research took 4 days and broke 3 things. The first was a lock, literally, a physical lock on a section of the Gremory property archive that Rias hadn't known existed. Not the Occult Research Club archive, not the main library. A third archive, smaller, accessed through a door in the basement of the Gremory-affiliated property in the Northern District that had been catalogued in the property registry as a utility room and had not been opened, as best as Rias could determine from the building's maintenance records, in approximately 170 years. She found the door on the second day of searching. She stood in front of it with Akino for a long time before she called Naruto. He came and looked at the lock and read the sealwork layered over it without touching anything. It was old, not as old as him, but genuinely old, the kind of sealwork that predated modern devil classification systems and used an architecture that most current practitioners wouldn't recognize. He told Rias what it was. She asked him how to open it without triggering the secondary seal beneath the primary that would destroy the contents. He opened it himself, which took about 40 seconds, and she watched his hands move through the ward work with the precision of someone for whom this specific type of architecture was not historical curiosity but native language. The door opened. The second thing that broke was a document. Not physically, the preservation seal inside the room had done its job, everything inside in better condition than it had any right to be after a century and 3/4. What broke was the narrative Rias had been holding about her family's relationship to what was under this town, and it broke cleanly, the way things break when the truth is specific enough to leave no room for interpretation. The document was a letter. Written by her grandmother, she recognized the handwriting from other family correspondence, that particular slant and pressure, addressed to no one, unsealed, the kind of letter someone writes to create a record they never intend to share. It was 9 pages long. She read it standing in the cold basement room with Naruto beside her, and she read it twice, and then she handed it to him without a word. He read it. The letter described, in her grandmother's careful and increasingly desperate handwriting, a period spanning roughly 30 years of devil history that coincided with the final decades before the Great War ended. The Gremory house had been approached by a representative of House Agars with a proposal, a containment operation, framed as a stabilization measure. The entity in question, the letter said, was not hostile but was unpredictable, and unpredictability in wartime was itself a form of danger. The Agars representative had argued that the containment was temporary. That the entity would be released once the war resolved. That the Gremory family's territorial connection to the land made them the ideal structural anchor, and that their cooperation would be remembered favorably by the parties organizing the operation. Her grandmother had agreed. She had provided the territorial anchor. She had put the Gremory signature in the containment architecture. And then, in the final 2 pages, her handwriting changed. Became smaller, more pressured. The letter described a meeting, years after the containment, where her grandmother had asked the Agars representative when the release would happen. And had been told, with the specific courtesy of someone who has no intention of fulfilling a promise and is practiced at declining to say so directly, that the situation was being continuously assessed and the timing was not yet right. She had understood then, her grandmother wrote, that the release had never been the plan. She had spent the remainder of her life unable to undo what she'd done, the containment seal required all original parties to dissolve, and Agar's had refused, and the Gremory family head at the time had refused to let her take the matter to the council because the political exposure was too great. And so she had built the territory's wardwork over the sealed entity's location, incorporating the existing containment architecture rather than trying to work around it, and had spent 200 years maintaining the structure with the specific thoroughness of someone who has made an error and is trying to at least ensure it doesn't compound. She had written the letter, the final paragraph said, because she believed the entity deserved to know, when it woke, if it woke, that the Gremory house had not meant for it to be permanent. That the woman who had provided the anchor had understood, eventually, what she had participated in, and had carried that understanding for the rest of a very long life. I don't know if this is forgiveness that I'm asking for. I know I haven't earned it. I know I don't deserve to expect it. But I wanted it to be written down, in a language I hope you can read, that I am sorry. Naruto read the last paragraph 3 times. Then he set the letter down on the old table in the basement room and stood with his hands in his pockets, looking at the middle distance, at nothing in particular, for a while. Rias was watching him. She had been very quiet since handing him the letter, the specific quiet of someone who has been braced for a response and is waiting to see what shape it takes. She was scared, he said finally. During the war. They all were. He picked the letter back up, held it. She was scared and someone gave her a framing that made an action seem necessary and temporary, and she took it, and then she found out it was neither. He looked at the letter. And she spent 200 years carrying it. I'm sorry, Rias said. Her voice was level but had something underneath it that wasn't. For what my family, don't, he said. Gently. Your grandmother wrote this letter for me. Not for you. You didn't do this, you didn't sanction it, and you're not responsible for carrying it. He finally looked at her. She would have hated that you're apologizing on her behalf. She wanted to do it herself. He held up the letter slightly. She did. Rias exhaled. You're not angry. He paused, searching for the accurate word. I'm sad for her. She was clearly a person of real conscience, and she got maneuvered by people who knew how to use a person's conscience against them. That's one of the oldest tricks there is, and it still works because people with conscience are always slightly more vulnerable to it. He set the letter down again. I'm going to keep this, he said. If that's all right. Yes. Of course. He folded it carefully, put it inside his jacket. The third thing that broke was quieter than the other two, no physical object, no document. It happened in a car on the way back from the Northern District property, Rias driving with the focused silence of someone in active process, Naruto in the passenger seat watching the town go by. She said, House Agar's is still active. Yes. They've been low profile for centuries. Operating through proxies, building connections without being the visible face of anything. She turned on to the street that led to the school. My brother has files on them. Not specific enough to act on, a pattern of behavior rather than documented violations. But a pattern. She paused. If what they did to you could be proven, if the chain from Shemhazai through Agar's to my grandmother's coerced participation could be documented, that's a case that the council would have to hear. Yes, he said. Do you want to make that case? He looked at the town going by. The bakery. The ramen shop. The school gates coming up on the left. I want the truth to be in the light, he said. What the council does with it is its business. But yes, I want it in the light. She nodded. I'll call Surzex tonight. Surzex came to Kuoh the next day. Not through official channels, not the formal visit with advance notice and the whole apparatus of a Lucifer traveling through devil-administered territory. He came in the morning, in civilian clothes, which was either a statement of intent or a remarkable piece of naivety about how much a Lucifer-level power signature could be disguised by casual clothing. It could not, in fact, be disguised much at all, but the gesture of the civilian clothes was itself real. Grayfia was with him. She had come back from the north 2 days ago. Naruto had known when she crossed back into the Wardworks range, felt her signature re-enter the town's peripheral awareness with the quiet clarity of something familiar returning. She had texted him 3 words from the train, the light. Yes. He hadn't needed more than that. Now she was standing in his building's front room, in her official coat, while Surzek sat in the best chair and looked around at the shelves and the documents and the low table and the general evidence of a life being constructed in this space, and he did it with the face of someone taking in a situation that is larger than the specific details comprising it. Rias sat across from her brother. Naruto sat at the table. "Tell me what you found," Surzek said. Rias walked him through it. The hidden archive. The letter. The Agar's connection. The structure of the sealing operation as she and Naruto had reconstructed it from the document and Kokabiel's disclosure. She was thorough and precise and she did not soften any of it. Surzek listened without interrupting. His face went through several things. When she finished, he was quiet for a long time. "House Agars," he said. Specifically, the Agars head of the pre-war period worked directly with Shemhazai. We've had circumstantial evidence of that connection for decades but nothing actionable. He looked at Naruto. Your sealing is the actionable evidence. Kokabiel's testimony is also available, Naruto said. He gave me the Agar's name voluntarily. I'd imagine if he were formally approached, he's in Gregory custody, Surzek said. After his withdrawal from Kuoh, the Gregory leadership moved immediately. They've been looking for a legitimate reason to sanction him for years. He paused. He might cooperate with a formal statement. He might not. He's not a predictable variable at this stage. He's a true believer in the middle of a belief crisis, Naruto said. Which means he's more honest right now than he's been in decades. If someone asks him the right questions in the next few weeks, before he rebuilds his certainty, you'll get real answers. Surzek looked at him with those readable eyes. You know him well for someone who spoke with him once. I've known a lot of beings like him. The specific type, the one that mistakes the clarity of their own conviction for access to objective truth. He paused. They're usually very smart and very wrong in a very specific way. The intelligence is real, the blind spot is structural. He looked at Surzek. Ask him what he was trying to protect. Not what he was trying to destroy, what he was trying to protect. You'll get more from that question than any other. Surzek sat with that, filing it. The current Agar's head, Rias said. Diodora Agars. He's young by devil standards. The pre-war activities were his predecessors. Does he know? Almost certainly, Surzek said. Grayfia made a small sound of agreement. Families with secrets of this magnitude either bury them completely or maintain them as operational knowledge passed to each heir. The Agar's family has been too careful, too consistently, for this to be unmanaged. He looked at Naruto. What do you want? The truth in the light, Naruto said. I told Rias. The council hears the case. The Agar's connection to the sealing is documented and on record. What happens after that is the council's business. The council will sanction them, Surzek said. If the evidence is as complete as you're describing. Good. It will be disruptive. The Agar's house has connections throughout the devil political structure. Pulling that thread will unsettle a significant number of comfortable arrangements. Good, Naruto said again. Surzek blinked. Comfortable arrangements built on a thing like this should be unsettled. They're not actually stable, they're structures built over a problem that hasn't been resolved. That kind of stability is just slow collapse. Surzek was quiet for a moment. Then he said, slowly, you're right. And he seemed slightly surprised to be saying it, which Naruto found interesting. Surzek was not a man who lacked intelligence. He was a man who had been managing a very large and complex system for a very long time, and the managing had perhaps made him occasionally mistake stability for rightness. I'll begin the formal proceeding, Surzek said. It will take time. Council proceedings involving noble houses require significant documentation and witness preparation. But it will happen. He looked at Naruto directly. I owe you that. You don't, Naruto said. But the record does. A silence. Rias was watching her brother with an expression that was complicated in the way sibling expressions often are, love and exasperation, and something that was starting to look like respect arriving at a new level. There's the other matter, Surzek said. He said it with the specific tone of someone transitioning from business to something that is personal and is trying to do it with dignity. Yes, Naruto said. I've been thinking, Surzek said, about a conversation I had with Grayfia recently. He paused. He was looking at the table. A long conversation. The kind we should have had much earlier. He was quiet for a moment. She's remarkable. The most capable person I've ever known, and I say that as someone who works with Lucifer-level beings regularly. And he stopped. I haven't always seen her. All of her. I've seen the queen. The partner. The constant. A pause. The person inside those things I've perhaps taken for granted. The room was quiet in a way that had real weight. She's not mine to give, he said. She's not a thing to be given. I want to be clear that I understand that. He finally looked up, first at Grayfia, then at Naruto. What I can do is be honest about what I see. And what I see is someone who has been living inside a set of priorities that were mine, for a long time, and who deserves to find out what her own priorities look like. He held Naruto's gaze with an expression that was the realest thing he'd worn since walking through the door. I trust you to be worthy of that. I have no idea why I trust that about you. I've known you for approximately a month. But I do. I'll be honest with you about something, Naruto said. I've been in the world a very long time, and the number of people I've met who are worth the level of trust and care she deserves is very small. She is definitively in that number. He held Surzek's gaze. I know what I'm asking her to step toward. I won't ask carelessly. Surzek nodded. Something in his face settled, not into happiness exactly, but into the particular quality of a person who has done a hard right thing and is feeling its specific weight. Grayfia had been standing at the wall through this entire exchange. She was doing her composed thing, the silver-haired queen register, but he had learned to read beneath it, and what was beneath it was something that was not composed at all, something that was feeling very much, very completely, and managing it because that was what she did and because some things are felt best privately even when they happen in a room full of people. He looked at her. She held it for a moment, then looked away. But the corner of her mouth moved. Surzek left in the early afternoon. He and Rias walked out together, falling into the conversation of two siblings with things to say that had accumulated over a long time, and he watched them go from the front step with the particular satisfaction of witnessing a relationship being repaired in real time. Grayfia remained. She stood in the front room, coat still on, hands at her sides, and looked at him with eyes that had the professional filter down in the specific way that she'd started allowing since the duck pond morning. Not completely down, that wasn't Grayfia, and he didn't want it to be, the composure was genuinely hers, not just armor. But enough down that what was underneath was visible. The North, he said. Tell me about it. She sat on the couch, not the chair. The couch was softer, less official, and the fact that she chose it was itself a kind of statement. She sat with her coat still on and looked at nothing for a moment in a way that was different from her official register looks at nothing. More internal. More present. There was a town, she said. Very small. The kind that exists because the land required someone to be there, not because anyone planned it. She looked at her hands. I arrived in the evening. The light the text described, the winter quality of it, the specific angle of it through the cold, it was exactly as described. Almost disturbingly exactly. She paused. I sat in a small restaurant near the train station and ate soup and watched it through the window for about an hour. Was it worth waiting for? She looked at him. Enormously, she said. And then, with the slight surprise she sometimes showed when something came out of her more honestly than she'd intended, I cried. In the restaurant. Which is not something I do. What were you crying about? Time, she said. The years of not going. She looked at the window, Kuoh's ordinary street visible through it. And then I stopped. And ate the rest of the soup. And the next morning I went out very early before the light changed and stood in it properly. She paused. I took a photograph. I know. You sent it. I know I sent it. A beat. I wanted to share it with someone who would understand why it mattered. She looked at him with those gray eyes. You understood. Yes. That's, she started, stopped. I've been thinking about what you said on the bench. About remembering what it feels like to want things. She looked at him directly. I've been doing it. Carefully. It's uncomfortable. The corner of her mouth. It's also, necessary, he offered. I was going to say remarkable, she said. How much is still there? How many things I put away that are still entirely intact, just, placed somewhere I'd stopped reaching. She folded her hands in her lap, not with the controlled precision of her official posture but with the naturalness of someone sitting with their own thoughts. I'm not uncomplicated, she said. I need you to understand that. The situation with Surzex, my position, my history, none of it resolves quickly or cleanly. I know. And you're not, she paused, choosing carefully. You're not troubled by that. No. He looked at her steadily. Complicated things are the most interesting things. Easy things are nice but they don't require much of you. I'd rather be required to bring everything I have. He paused. And I have quite a lot. She almost smiled fully. Got closer than she ever had, the smile almost complete, almost entirely real, visible for about 1 second before she brought it back. But it had been there. He'd seen it. The independent entity classification, she said. Surzex finalized it this morning. You're officially on record as an independent pre-war entity, territorial presence in Kuoh by ongoing agreement with House Gremory. She paused. The council accepted it with remarkable speed. Surzex can be very persuasive when he wants to be. He can, she agreed. He also cited subsection 14, clause 3 in his briefing notes. I believe he found that genuinely funny. She looked at him. He trusts you. Which is not a small thing, he doesn't trust easily. I know. I trust him too. He paused. He loves you. I know, she said quietly. That doesn't go away just because, I know, she said again. Not cutting him off. Just, acknowledging it, the full complicated weight of it. Surzex and I will find what we are on the other side of this. It will be different. But she looked for the word. He's been honest with me, these last few days, in a way that is actually easier to be at peace with than the years of not quite being honest. She looked at Naruto. He told me he should have asked me, years ago, if I was happy. Not as his queen. As myself. She paused. And that he didn't, because he was afraid of the answer, and afraid of what the answer would require of him. And that he was sorry. That took courage, Naruto said. It did. She looked at her hands again. So did going to the north. Yes. And so does this, she said. She looked at him, full and direct and without the filter, and it was the kind of look that says a thing completely without requiring words. I'm not moving quickly, she said. That's not who I am. I know. But I'm not, she paused. I'm not standing still anymore either. He held her gaze with everything he had, and everything he had was considerable, and it was all pointed at exactly this. That's enough, he said. That's everything, actually. She looked at him for a long moment. Then she stood, and straightened her coat, and moved to the door, and paused with her hand on the frame in the way that had become a specific habit of people who visited this building, that moment at the door where something else needed to be said. "The Agar's case," she said. "When it goes to council, I'll be managing the procedural preparation for Surzex's presentation." She glanced back at him. "I'll need detailed testimony from you at some point. Your experience of the ceiling, your reading of the containment architecture, the chain of information from Kokobile." "Whenever you're ready," he said. "Good." She looked at him one more time, and it was a look that held everything the conversation had contained, and she was not managing it into something smaller. "Good night," she said. "Good night." She left. He stood in the front room for a moment, alone in the building's quiet, and then he went upstairs to the window and sat against the wall in the dark and looked at the sky, which was clear and cold and full of stars, the kind of stars you don't normally see over a lit town but that appeared over Kuoh on certain nights when the wind had been from a specific direction. He sat with the grandmother's letter inside his jacket, against his chest, and he thought about her, a woman he had never met who had made an error in fear and spent 200 years carrying it and had written him an apology he hadn't known existed until 4 days ago. He thought about what it cost a person to write that letter and leave it in a locked room hoping it would someday be found. He took it out and unfolded it and read it one more time in the dark, the words clear to him in conditions where they shouldn't have been visible. "I am sorry." He sat with it for a long time. Then he folded it carefully and put it back, and looked at the stars, and thought about what came next. The council proceeding. The Agar's exposure. The Kokobile variable in Grigori custody. Diodora Agars, young and probably not innocent, who would feel the coming investigation like weather changing before the storm arrives. He thought about Rias, who had found this letter and handed it to him and stood quietly while he read it and said the right thing after and the wrong thing after that and then the right thing again. He thought about Kaneko, who had stood in the district and said the things to her sister that needed saying, and Kuroka somewhere deciding what version of herself came next. He thought about Issei, who was going to be extraordinary. He thought about silver hair in winter light, standing in it properly, the morning after arriving. The stars moved over Kuoh. The ward work ran its patterns. The town breathed its ordinary breath. Somewhere in the northwest district, the repaired ward work held with the reinforced strength of something built to last, and the 7 fracture points were sealed, and nothing came through them. He pressed the letter against his chest, through the jacket, and said something in a language that no longer had living speakers, directed at no one specific and at the same time precisely directed. The night was very quiet. In the quiet, something answered, not a voice, not a presence, just the specific quality of silence that exists when an old wound has been, if not healed, then at least properly seen. The kind of silence that is the beginning of something rather than the continuation of something else. He sat in it for a long time. Then he went to bed, and slept, and dreamed about a world that had existed before this one and was gone now, not with grief but with the particular fondness you feel for something that was good and is complete. And when he woke in the morning the town was still there, still ordinary, still his, and the day that came was the kind of day where things begin. Chapter 8, Claimed and Unchained. The council hearing happened on a Wednesday, 6 weeks after Kokobile's withdrawal from Kuoh. Naruto didn't attend. Not because he wasn't invited. Surzex had extended a formal invitation through Grayfia, phrased with the careful diplomatic language of someone who understood that formal invitations to ancient pre-war entities were themselves a kind of political statement and had chosen to make it anyway. He declined, which surprised Surzex, which Grayfia had predicted, which Surzex admitted when Grayfia told him she'd predicted it. "I don't need to be in the room," he'd told Rias, the evening before. "The evidence is in the room. The testimony is in the room. I'm in neither of those categories." "You're the primary injured party," Rias said. "I'm the primary interested party. That's different." He was at the table with 3 documents in front of him, the architectural analysis of the containment seal he'd written himself, the formal testimony he'd given Grayfia over 2 long evenings at the Northern District property, and a 3rd document he'd asked to be included, which was the grandmother's letter. The council doesn't need me present to understand what happened. They need the record to be clear. Rias had looked at the grandmother's letter. You're including that. It's evidence of the coercion. She describes the Agar's representative's approach and the subsequent refusal to honor the release agreement. That's directly relevant. He'd paused. It also deserves to be on record. She spent 200 years carrying this. The least I can do is make sure it's heard. She'd looked at him for a long moment with an expression that did the complicated thing it did when she was feeling something specific and choosing not to fully display it. Then she'd said, "My grandmother would have liked you," and left the room before he could respond. The hearing ran for 2 days. He spent those 2 days in Kuoh Town doing ordinary things. He repaired a section of the secondary ward work in the commercial district that had been showing stress fractures for weeks. He had ramen at the shop with the good broth and a longer conversation with the owner about stock-building technique that the owner would later describe to his wife as the most interesting conversation of the last decade, though he couldn't have explained exactly why. He sat on the school roof in the November cold and watched the town and felt it watching him back in the specific way that a place does when you've lived in it long enough for it to recognize you. On the afternoon of the second day, Issei found him on the roof. The boy had been coming along in a way that was genuinely satisfying to watch, not because Naruto had done much, but because Issei had started doing the work himself, the real work, which is always the internal kind. He sat down with the easy familiarity of someone who had been doing this for weeks, pulled out a rice ball he'd clearly bought from somewhere on the way over, and ate half of it before speaking. "The council thing," he said. "It's today." "Second day," Naruto said. "Should be concluding this afternoon. And they're going to sanction the Agar's house." "Almost certainly." Issei chewed thoughtfully. "And then what?" "For you." Naruto looked at the town. "Then it's done, in the legal sense. The record is clear, the family responsible is named, the structure that kept it buried is taken apart." He paused. "Life continues." "Your life," Issei said. "In Kuoh." "Yes. With Rias-senpai and Grayfia-san." He said it with the specific awkwardness of someone who has been watching a situation develop and is not entirely sure what social category it occupies. "Yes," Naruto said. Issei processed this. That's kind of a lot for one person." "Is it?" "They're both, Rias-senpai is," he stopped. "And Grayfia-san is the silver-haired queen. She made Surzex Lucifer look like a nervous student when she walked into that room at the raiding game." He looked at Naruto with the honest bewilderment of a teenager encountering something his categories don't cover. "How are you so calm about all of it?" "I've been alive for a very long time," Naruto said. "Anxiety is expensive. I've learned to spend it carefully." Issei considered this. "That's either the wisest thing I've ever heard or the most intimidating." "Hopefully both." He looked at the boy. "How are you doing?" "Actually." Issei was quiet for a moment. The real kind of quiet, not evasive, just taking the question seriously. "Good," he said. "Weird good. I went from regular high school student to devil peerage member with a dragon sacred gear in about 2 months, and somehow that's starting to feel normal, which is probably a sign of something." He looked at his hand. The gear was dormant, invisible, but he looked at where it was the way you look at something you've made peace with. "Rias-senpai's training is hard, but she actually sees what I'm doing. And she corrects it like she thinks I'm worth correcting." "She's a good teacher," Naruto said. "She was born with enough talent that she could have been someone who doesn't understand why others struggle. She chose not to be that. Is that rare? In people with real power?" "Yes." He looked at Issei. "You're going to be good at this. Not because of the gear, because of how you think about the people around you. Don't lose that when the power gets bigger." Issei ate the rest of his rice ball. "You say that like I'm going to get significantly more powerful." "You are. Significantly." How significantly? Naruto almost smiled. Let's call it a work in progress and leave it exciting. Issei laughed, which was the right response, and then his phone went off, and he looked at it with the startled attention of someone receiving news, and looked up at Naruto with wide eyes. Rias-senpai's messaging everyone. The council hearing, it's finished. They gathered in the clubroom. All of them, Rias, Akino, Kiba, Kaneko, Issei, and Naruto, the specific group of people that had become, over these weeks, something that had a shape to it, a quality of assembled weight that was more than the sum of its parts. Rias sat at her desk and told them, and told it straight. The council had found in full. House Agars was cited on 4 counts: conspiracy to unlawfully detain a pre-war entity, coercion of a noble devil house through misrepresentation, falsification of historical records pertaining to the pre-war period, and obstruction of the post-war normalization process. Diodora Agars, as current family head and holder of the historical knowledge, was personally sanctioned. The house's political standing was reduced. Several of their long-held territorial advantages were suspended pending review. The Gremory family received a formal acknowledgement of coerced participation, clearing the house record. The grandmother's letter was entered into the council's permanent historical record. Shemhazai was referred to the Gregory leadership with a formal request for internal proceedings. The council had no direct jurisdiction over fallen angel internal affairs, but the referral created a public record that the Gregory couldn't ignore. Kokabeel, from his custody position, had provided a full statement. Not partial, not strategic. Full. Surzex had established a new classification category in the Devil Administrative Record. Independent pre-war entity, 1 registered occupant, territorial presence in Kuoh, Japan, ongoing. Rias delivered all of it with her characteristic precision, and when she was done the room sat with it for a moment. It's done, Kiba said. Quietly. The legal part, Rias said. Yes. Naruto looked at her. She was holding something in her expression that she hadn't decided whether to show, and he waited while she decided. My grandmother's letter is in the council record, she said, to the room but with her eyes on him. Officially. Permanently. A pause. The council archivist noted it as one of the most unusual documents in council history. Another pause. I was told she described it as remarkably human. The room was quiet. Good, Naruto said. She was remarkably human. Kaneko, from her corner, said, without looking at anyone, in the flat voice that was her version of emotional intensity, Kuroka sent a message. Everyone looked at her. She was eating a biscuit, looking at the wall, delivering this information with the composure of someone who has decided not to perform their feelings about it. She's petitioning the Gregory for independent status, Kaneko said. Dissociating from Kokabeel's operation. She asked if I would submit a character statement to the review board. She ate the rest of the biscuit. I'm going to. The room sat with that too. Okay, Rias said. Warm. Real. I'm not forgiving her yet, Kaneko said. I want to be clear about that. You don't have to, Rias said. But I'm also not, I don't want her to be where she was. She looked at her hands. That's enough. For now. Naruto looked at Kaneko for a moment. She didn't look back, which was fine. She knew he was looking, and that was enough. That evening he went to a different part of town. The east side, residential, quiet in the way residential districts are quiet when families are settling into their evenings, the smell of dinner through windows, the low sound of television, a dog being walked by someone moving slowly. He walked through it without particular destination and let the town do what it did, which was feel like a place worth being in. He ended up at a small shrine, old, the kind that exists in Japanese neighborhoods with the specific permanence of something that was already there when everything else was built around it. He stopped at the edge of it and looked at the small structures, the offering box, the particular quality of stillness that gathered in places where people had been bringing their quiet things for a very long time. He stood there for a while. Not praying, He had a complicated relationship with the concept, being the kind of entity that occupied an awkward position relative to who was supposed to pray to whom. But he understood what the space was for, and he stood in it with the respect that deserved. He was thinking about what came next. Not in the strategic sense, that was handled, or handling itself. In the simpler, more personal sense of what a life looked like now. What the shape of it was, now that the legal matter was resolved and the immediate threat was managed and the political landscape had adjusted itself around his presence. He had people. That was the thing he kept arriving at. He had people in the specific way that he hadn't had people in a very long time. Not the abstract care he'd always had for humanity, the general warmth toward the species, but the specific, named, personal kind. People who would notice if he wasn't there. People whose absence he would feel. That was new. Or rather, it was very old, something he'd had before the ceiling, and then lost, and was now finding again in a new shape. He stood at the shrine and felt it without trying to make it smaller than it was. He heard her before she arrived, or rather, felt her, the wardwork registering the precise, familiar signature moving through the residential streets toward him with that characteristic economy of motion. Grayfia stopped beside him at the shrine's edge. She was in a long dark coat he hadn't seen before, her silver hair down, which was a choice she was making with increasing frequency. She looked at the shrine for a moment, then at him. "Sirzex told me you declined to attend," she said. "Yes." He said he understood why. Then he spent 10 minutes explaining to me why he thought he understood. The corner of her mouth. He's been doing that more often. Explaining his thinking rather than simply stating his conclusions. I find it interesting. He's recalibrating, Naruto said. He's been in a specific mode for a long time. The Kokobile situation, the Agar's case, it moved things in him. Made him look at his own assumptions. You moved things in him, she said. He'd never encountered someone with your level of power who had no interest in his power at all. No agenda relative to his position. It reorganized something in how he reads people. Is that good? I think so. She looked at the shrine. He asked me, this morning, what I wanted to do after the hearing. Not relatedly, just. What did I want to do today? She paused. I told him I wanted to walk. He said he'd cover my schedule for the afternoon. So you walked. I walked. She turned to look at him. Here, eventually. He held her gaze. How was the walking? Good, she said. And then, because she was Grayfia and chose her moments, I've been thinking about what you said. About choosing things. About the difference between running from something and walking towards something else. She looked back at the shrine, the little structures in the evening quiet. I've been doing it, choosing things. Small things. The north. This walk. A pause. This, he repeated. Standing here, she said. With you. She held it for a moment. Deliberately. He looked at her profile, the clean lines of it, the composed and real face, the silver hair catching the shrine's small lantern light. He had known, since the morning on the bench with the ducks, that this was where they were headed. He had been patient about it because patience was the right tool and because she deserved to arrive here in her own time, completely. Not pushed, not maneuvered. Walking toward it. She had walked toward it. Grayfia, he said. Yes. I'm glad you're here. She looked at him. Something in her face moved through several things very quietly and quickly, processing, feeling, arriving. The professional register was genuinely down, completely, and what was there instead was simply her. The real person who had been putting rooms back in order and finding them full. So am I, she said. And it was so simple and so completely meant that it landed like something permanent. He reached over and took her hand. Not dramatically, just the matter-of-fact physical acknowledgement of a decision that had already been made in the more important ways. She looked at their hands for a moment, then didn't look away. Her hand was warm and her grip, when it came, was very steady. They stood at the shrine in the November evening, and the residential street moved quietly around them, and the lantern light did what lantern light does, and it was, without performance or announcement, exactly what it was. The formal establishment of his house happened on a Saturday. Not a devil house, he'd been clear about that with Surzex, who had understood quickly and had worked out the administrative framing with his characteristic thoroughness. What Naruto established was something the council's new classification framework actually accommodated once Surzex had built it properly. An independent household. Not a faction. Not a noble house. Not a peerage structure. Something with its own internal logic, people who chose to be there, without the contract and peace system of devil hierarchy, without the rank and file structure of any existing faction. The paperwork, which Grayfia handled because she was Grayfia and paperwork of this significance had no business being handled by anyone less capable, was thorough and legally unassailable. She had, he suspected, enjoyed building it. There was a quality to the administrative architecture she created that was the bureaucratic equivalent of good ward work, solid at every layer, nothing that could be challenged, the kind of structure that anticipated objections and addressed them before they could be raised. He had signed it at the Northern District Properties desk, Surzex and Rias as witnesses, Grayfia managing the documentation with the composure of someone who was also feeling this moment and had decided to feel it precisely and completely rather than performing either the feeling or the composure. The establishment of the house meant, among other things, that the empty building on the edge of Kuoh's commercial district was now formally registered under an actual name. In the council records, in the devil administrative framework, in the new classification system, it existed. He had named it something simple. Just a word, in the old language that no longer had living speakers. The archivist who processed the registration had asked for a translation for the English language records. Unchained, Naruto had told her. She had written it down without comment, which was the right response. The afternoon of the Saturday was quiet, the good kind. Rias came in the early afternoon, let herself in with the familiarity of someone who had been doing that for weeks, and found him in the back garden, which had now acquired several more plants that he hadn't put there and a stone bench that he had, and a quality of organized wildness that suited the space. She sat on the bench and tucked her knees up and looked at the garden with the expression she had when she was thinking about something specific. He was doing something to the ward work at the garden's eastern wall, adjustment work, the ongoing maintenance of a living system. He kept doing it while she thought. "I've been thinking about the engagement," she said. He looked up. "Riser?" "Not that one." She held his gaze. Surzex suggested, not formally, not with any pressure behind it, that establishing a formal recognition of what we are, she stopped. "You know what I'm trying to say." "I do. I'm not saying it because of political architecture," she said. "I want to be very clear. I'm not saying it because it gives me standing in your household registration or because it creates favorable optics with the council or because it does anything except," she stopped again, frustrated with her own eloquence for once. "Except because it's what this is. And I want to name it." He stopped what he was doing with the ward work and turned to look at her properly. She was sitting on the stone bench with her knees up and her hair loose and her expression entirely open in the way she'd been allowing it to be more and more often, and she was watching him with those sharp blue-gray eyes that had looked at him directly since the first night in the alley, and he thought, not for the first time, that she was extraordinary in a way that had nothing to do with power or lineage. "What is this?" he asked. Not testing her. Actually asking. "You know what it is," she said. "You've known since," she thought about it. "Since the park, I think. When I told you I'd find the name in the family records. You were looking at me and there was something in your face that I recognized because it was in mine too." She paused. "I just needed time to catch up with it." "You've caught up," he said. "I've caught up." She met his gaze with everything she had. "I'm choosing this. Clearly, deliberately, not because it was convenient or politically reasonable, because I want to. Because you walked into my territory and ate bad noodles on a curb and talked down a fallen angel general and quoted rating game subsections from memory, and you've been, she found the word, consistently, infuriatingly, genuinely yourself. From the first moment. And I find that I want that in my life. Permanently. He crossed the garden, unhurriedly, and stopped in front of her. She tilted her head back to look up at him, which she did with the naturalness of someone who was not used to tilting her head back for anyone and had made peace with doing it for him specifically. Rias Gremory, he said. Yes. I claimed you the night I met you. He held her gaze. You're just catching up to that too. She stared at him for a moment. Then she laughed, that real, unguarded sound that she'd been making more often, and it moved through the garden and through the woodwork and through the town's autumn air, and he thought he'd spend considerable effort in whatever came next making sure she kept making that sound. You're impossible, she said. I've been told. You actually claimed me the night you met me? You shook my hand without hesitating, he said. There was a containment seal under your territory with your family's architecture in it. You looked me in the eye anyway. That kind of person, he paused. Yes. I knew. She stood from the bench, which brought her closer, and looked up at him with all the precision and warmth and complicated realness of her. Then I suppose, she said, I'm choosing what you already knew. That's one way to put it. And the other way? That we chose each other, he said. And the timing on your end was yours to determine. She held his gaze for a moment. Then she reached up and put her hand against his face, the gesture entirely deliberate and entirely hers, and he leaned into it slightly, which was also deliberate and also his. Okay, she said. Soft. Real. Yes. He covered her hand with his, and the garden was quiet around them, and the woodwork ran its patterns in the walls, and Kuoh Town existed in its ordinary way just beyond the gate, and it was precisely enough. That evening they were all there. Not planned, or rather, planned in the way that things are planned among people who have started to know each other's rhythms. Akino arrived with wine she'd selected with genuine care. Kiba brought food from the place in the commercial district that Naruto had mentioned once and he'd apparently memorized for later use. Kaneko appeared having already been there for an hour, sitting in the garden in the cold with complete equanimity. Issei came last, slightly out of breath, having apparently run from somewhere, bearing a grocery bag containing 3 different types of snacks and the uncurated enthusiasm of someone who had been told there was a gathering and had responded immediately and completely. Grayfia arrived at 7:15. She stood in the doorway for a moment, in the dark coat and her hair down, and looked at the room full of people, at Rias laughing at something Akino had said, at Issei already talking with his hands about something to Kiba, at Kaneko eating in her corner with Naruto sitting companionably nearby. She looked at all of it with the expression she had when she was feeling something significant and choosing to let herself feel it. Then Naruto said, "The red bean paste ones are on the counter," and she walked in. She and Rias occupied the same space for the first time outside of official contexts, and it was, carefully not observed by everyone in the room who was definitely observing it, uncomplicated. Rias handed her a glass of wine. Grayfia said something quiet about the woodwork architecture she'd noticed in the hallway. Rias said she'd ask him about it. They stood near the window together, and the conversation moved forward, and neither of them needed anything from Naruto in that moment except that he was there, which he was. He looked at it from across the room and let himself feel the full weight of it, this room, these people, this building that now had a name, this town that had been above him for 2,000 years and was now simply home. He had been the storm without shore. Something that predated the current world's categories, sealed by the fear of people who didn't know what to do with something ungovernable, left under the ground while the world built itself into something new above him. He had woken up with no agenda and no anger and found that what was here was, in its own ordinary and extraordinary way, worth the full investment of what he was. Issei was explaining something to Kiba now using increasingly dramatic hand gestures, and Kiba was listening with the patient expression of someone who has decided this person is worth his time and is not regretting it. Aquino was watching Rias with the warm, observant attention of someone who has been her friend long enough to know when she's genuinely happy and is noting it for the permanent record. Kaneko had produced more biscuits from somewhere and was eating them with the focused contentment of someone whose world has, gradually and specifically, become more right than it was. Grayfia looked at him across the room. He looked back. Her hands were around her wine glass and there was color in her face from the warmth of the room, and her hair was loose and the professional register was completely down, just that, and she held his gaze for a moment with the full, direct weight of someone who has made a decision and is at peace with it. He raised his glass slightly. She did the same. The toast needed no words. Later, when the evening had wound down and people had gone in the way people go when a good thing has reached its natural conclusion, when Issei had been shooed out by Rias with instructions to sleep because training tomorrow, when Kiba and Aquino and Kaneko had gone in the easy way of people who belonged to the same world and moved through it together, he stood in the front room and looked at what remained. Rias, sitting cross-legged on the floor with the last of the wine, looking at nothing with the contemplative expression she had when she was satisfied with a day and was letting herself feel that. Grayfia, standing by the window, the Kuoh night visible behind her, looking at the wardwork in the wall with the attention she gave everything that she found interesting. He stood in the center of his own space and looked at both of them and felt, with the simple honesty of someone who had been alive long enough to know when a thing is real, that this was it. Not a station on the way to something else. Not a beginning that was really about what came after. The thing itself. Right here. The wardwork in this wall, Grayfia said, to the window, has a double layer at the foundation level that I don't recognize from any current system. Pre-war construction technique, he said. Mostly lost. I'll show you how it works sometime. She turned from the window with an expression that had genuine curiosity in it and something warmer underneath. Yes, she said. I'd like that. Rias looked up from her cross-legged position on the floor. She's going to spend 6 hours studying your wardwork architecture and call it a Tuesday. I have been known to do that, Grayfia said, with a composure that was completely undermined by the fact that she was not entirely hiding the smile. I'll make tea, Naruto said. It's nearly midnight, Rias said. You're a devil. Sleep is optional. Tea implies staying longer, she said. Yes, he agreed. That's the idea. She looked at him. He looked at her. Across the room, Grayfia had already turned back to the wardwork with the focused attention of someone who has decided the conversation about tea was resolved and had moved on. Rias unfolded from the floor with her characteristic fluid grace and walked to the kitchen. I'll help, she said, passing him. I've watched you make it enough times. You've been in my kitchen 4 times. I have a good memory. He followed her, and behind him Grayfia said, quietly, to no one in particular or specifically to the wardwork, the layering on this is extraordinary. He stopped in the kitchen doorway. Called back, thank you. I wasn't complimenting you, she said. I was making an observation. The observation is a compliment. A pause. Fine, she said. You're welcome. Rias was filling the kettle with the expression of someone trying not to laugh. He stood beside her in the narrow kitchen and they worked in the companionable silence of people who have been in this specific kitchen enough times that the coordination is natural. Her shoulder was warm where it rested briefly against his, and the kettle began its low sound, and the wardwork in the walls moved through its patterns, and outside the window Kuoh was dark and quiet and entirely itself. The tea took 4 minutes. He carried 2 cups out to the front room and handed one to Grayfia, who accepted it without stopping her examination of the wall. Rias settled back onto the floor with hers, and he sat against the wall near her, and Grayfia eventually drifted from the wardwork to the chair near the window, and the night moved around them. They talked. About small things and large things and nothing in particular, the way people talk when they don't need the conversation to accomplish anything except be had. Rias told a story about her first year at Kuoh Academy that involved a misidentified sacred gear, an extremely confused tennis club, and Aquino's composure being tested to its absolute limit. Grayfia told them, with the careful deliberateness of someone releasing something from a private shelf, about a thing she had seen in the far north, not the winter light, something else, a detail she hadn't included in the photograph. A specific sound the ice made in the morning. How it had made her feel like she was hearing something that hadn't changed since before any of them existed. Naruto told them about a place he'd known, before the ceiling, that he thought about sometimes. A particular valley, in what was now a different country with a different name, where the light had done something in the late afternoon that he had never managed to properly describe and had tried, across several centuries and several languages, to get right. He told them about it and got it as close as language could get, and Rias listened with her chin on her knees and her eyes doing the thing they did when she was fully present, and Grayfia listened with her cup held in both hands and her expression doing the thing it did when something had gotten past the filter and was being felt directly. The night went late. The ward work ran its quiet patterns. The town breathed. Eventually the cups were empty and the conversation reached one of those natural resting places that aren't endings but pauses, and Rias said she should go home, which she said with the tone of someone who knows this is the right call and is making it because that's the kind of person she was, the kind who made right calls even when the wrong call was more comfortable. At the door she stopped. The habit of it. She looked at him with everything she was, open and real and chosen. Tomorrow, she said. Tomorrow, he agreed. She went. The ward work registered her moving through the territory and away. Grayfia stood from her chair and set her cup on the table. She put on her coat with the precise movements that were entirely hers. She looked at him with those gray eyes that he had been reading since a morning in a park when she'd taken a pastry from a bag and called him deeply threatening and meant it as something close to a compliment. The ward work, she said. I'll show you, he said. Come back in the morning. I have a Surzex briefing at 9. Before 9. She considered this. 7, she said. 7. She held his gaze one more time with the full, unmanaged weight of her, all of her, the remarkable person she was that she had been slowly, deliberately allowing herself to be again. Then she said goodnight and walked out into the Kuoh dark, and the ward work felt her go with the specific attention it had for things that mattered. He stood in the front room of a building called Unchained in a town called Kuoh, in the world that had kept going without him for 2,000 years and had somehow produced, in the specific arrangement of this specific time, people worth everything. He looked at the ward work in his walls, the double-layer pre-war foundation that Grayfia would be back at 7 in the morning to understand. He looked at the cups on the table. He looked at the window, the dark town, the stars where they showed above the streetlights. He had been the storm without shore. The thing that predated categories. The entity that had been sealed because it was ungovernable, and ungovernable things are frightening to systems built on governance. He was still all of those things. He was not smaller than he'd been. He had not softened into something manageable or reduced himself to fit the world's available containers. He was simply also this. The person who owned the red bean paste pastry chair and made tea at midnight and knew which ramen shop had the best broth and was going to be at his own ward work at 7 tomorrow morning with someone who found double-layer pre-war foundation construction genuinely interesting. The god who had woken up under Kuoh Town and stayed. He turned off the light and went upstairs, and the building settled around him, and the ward work moved through its patterns, and the cat came back to the alley like it always did, and sat by the long-heeled crack in the concrete, and looked at nothing in particular with the profound satisfaction of something that has been waiting for a story to finish and has found it did. The storm without shore was home.